Hello, everyone. It's game time. Before I get started, just want to say a quick shout out to Ishtar13. Thank you so much for the follow. Looks like you followed me during one of my offline hours, but thank you anyway. Anyway, we're gonna continue on with the main story. I've been doing some stream homework. I leveled Summoner and Dark Knight to 87, so they're a little bit ahead of the story. And they're also ready for the next dungeon whenever that happens. I've been leveling Reaper on the side. It's almost a level 80. Where is it? 78. It's like just about to hit 79. But I ran out of stuff to level it with. I don't have leap motion set up right now because it's just not functioning properly. I don't know what happened. I tried to set up my iPhone over the week. And that wasn't going well, so something in that process I think fucked up my leap motion, so it's not working. I'm gonna try and fix that. Anyway, let's get back to plot. Grah has something he wishes to give you. Take this, Quella, my spirit vessel. Wait, are you gonna come with me? You can just do that? Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower system. Oh, okay. Okay, so this is basically, he's giving us the key to the crystal tower. Even if the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for the access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still watches the Ascensor Gate. Should she or anyone ask for me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, that I am happy, hardships and all. Sorry, I'm wearing a jacket because it's getting cold. And the collar is just kind of messed up. There we go. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Okay. Speak with Lena. I didn't honestly think they were going to bother with the first in the main plot. I kind of figured they were done. I mean, it's nice. I like the first. In fact, going back to the source for the rest of the plot, even though it makes sense, kind of feels like a downgrade, honestly. Because the first was just so interesting, and then we just kind of left it again. It's like a spin-off you wish was a full series. Quella, you are returned. Have you been well, even the others? We have no shortage of troubles, but we're all well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. He said this to you, these exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Quella, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. A futile request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you've gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we never have been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Much are a mind that the settlement council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Can I get in the tower? Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. She and other Crystarium youths have just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in such a state of worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more than willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? God, it feels like an eternity since I last read the dialogue. You wish to enter the umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Reen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I will be along as soon as I can. Let's see. There is a market board here, and I am running low on high quality sushi. And I would really like to get more, because it has really good stat bonuses. You know, actually, I think this was given to me by somebody for raiding once. It's item level 300. Must have been during Stormblood. Give me the high quality shit. There you go. Where's the Cabinet of Curiosity? Hang on, I think there's an Aethernet near there. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty fighter registrations. Oh, jeez. Is this another huge plot moment? Excuse me. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Quella? This is the library man? It is the library man. Ha! It is! Full glad am I to see you. Hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us. and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling the events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon the records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours will be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rifts, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. There's no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me in just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, excuse me, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? Vothri is misguised of Hades, who bore the burden as people. I'm gonna say probably Vothri, just because he was the most annoying. Like, Hades was like the final boss, sure, but like Vothri just kept fucking running away. Ah yes, Lord Vothri, former leader of Yulmore and the final White Warden you cast down, building his paradise on Mount Gulg. He proclaimed his existence immaculate and took the name Innocence. Your reckoning with him was, without a doubt, a defining moment in history, and we will see that it features prominently in the tome. I know you love to talk her ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. These documents from Yulmore won't collect themselves. Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping we might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time, then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend, in particular, remind him not to overexert himself, again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Nope. Someone else? No? Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Oh, hey, kiddos. It's her. It's really her. What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You'll only give her a stomachache. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arcane isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. Excuse me. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows a lot of things. He isn't here? Ah. Ooh. Why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arcane best? Axe, sword, or bow? You know what? He kind of looks like a tiny Ardbert. I'm going to say the axe. I'm sure a lot of people are going to have the same reasoning. The axe. If you took up the axe, you could be just like Ardbert, the Warrior of Light. I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular, though. I hope it's still there. Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style, and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. There they go. Don't die in the first dungeon. Such fun she's been having, basking in the adoration of musky old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does she spare a thought for me? Of course not. Is it Faol? is a fail. I waited and waited and waited, but she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless. Ah, good. Oh, faithful Feoul, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. If you truly missed me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call me with twice the passion next time, though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spy on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. I didn't know she could do that. Or they could do it. Technically, non-binary. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Feyfolk is bound to that of the star. Whether it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape is not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here we are. Here are the ones you were waiting for, I wonder. What manner of conclusion awaits at tale's end? My apologies for the delay. Quella, it's so wonderful to see you again. Where's Gaia? You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Excuse me. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, that I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that. I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, the connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling that it had completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during a star shower. But then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I'd seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. Quella, what are you not telling me? I have to know. Please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Umrat has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the first. So don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. Now, no, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with the Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. I never got the sightseeing log quest? The crystalline mean. I don't know what that is for. Manic Pixie Dream. Well, I think that's Beast Tribes with the Pixies. Dark Knight is at 1.39. Okay, well that's good to know. Ah, Mr. Squilla, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I will show you to the ocular. Ah, the ocular. Nobody's here now. I thought it would be us going to the tippy top of the Crystal Tower because that's where we actually killed Elidibus. But, I mean, if he's just going to show up here, then sure? I still don't understand how this works.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
I want to speak with dead person.
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Sidcus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
Oh, okay. He's just here.
My friends. No more than a dream.
Tiny baby.
You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond. Or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
So I may have killed Zodiac, but it wasn't entirely my fault. Fandaniel fucked things up.
So, he has fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Sorry. Kind of fucked everything up.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him. Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long, long ago.
Seems like a mistake to ever have brought back Fandaniel. I don't know, I'm just saying.
Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
It's a place?
A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief.
What was his true name?
He was Hermes.
Ah. So we are consistent. We're so okay. So the Greek name thing is consistent. It's not just Hades.
Is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
Time travel? Or time traveling?
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower.
Oh, well, I mean, that's convenient, I guess.
Having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment.
Okay.
Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned.
Oh, jeez. So, I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, it's implied in Shadowbringers that when we travel from the source to the first, that we are traveling space and time, and that it's only because the source and the first, in their space-time continuiness, are just so close together at this point during the course of Shadowbringers that it's possible to make that leap. That, like, it's when timelines are, like, perfectly aligned. And that it's implied that over the course of time, they'll separate again, and one will go faster than the other and all that jazz. So the idea of traveling through time in and of itself is not completely far-fetched. I just didn't think we would ever really be doing it because it seems like... It always seemed like something that they wouldn't do. I don't know. It depends on how they handle it from here. I can't say I'm a fan from the idea.
In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you.
You got a New World ad? Oh no. Hi, Wombonk.
you will be unable to effect.
I don't know what your situation is, but you are welcome to join me in voice chat. I'm not offended by people doing that. But I imagine if you're talking through text, then you probably can't.
For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
The connection is terrible.
Unmake
Oh, I'm sorry.
sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full
It might be
this,
easier on your connection, honestly, to watch
entrust your life to your
the game through Discord. I don't know. It depends on which one's heavier for your bandwidth. Because I know the Discord stream that I have up for people who join me in voice chat is lower quality than
very well.
my Twitch stream.
You under
Because
the river of time.
some people just don't have very good connections.
Let this
Oh, you're at work. Okay, gotcha.
You must input the commands.
Oh, that sucks. I'm sorry.
You have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
Well, I'll definitely be streaming for a long period of time, so if you do manage to get home within like the next 7-8 hours, I'm probably still gonna be playing.
Soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last note of my essence.
Oh shit.
Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream.
That sucks.
Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last ones. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Sounded kind of resentful in the end there. Well, okay. We're doing this again. Don't mind me, falling through space-time. Oh, I'm a ghost. Oh shit, is this gonna be the 5th zone? Aetherite-like device. Eh. Possible to attune with it? I would assume so. It's an aetherite. You fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. The man stands dutiful by the etheric-like device. A guide for this facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elizabeth warned, it appears your form is intangible. Conversing woman. This is the right place, yes? Propylaeon? Judging by the woman's words, the facility is called Propylaeon. Propylaeon? Ah, connection bad. Oh, I'm sorry. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract attention, but feel nothing, and it seems neither does she. I'm so small. Everything is so big. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and half mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lamentorium, and recreated in Amarat. Oh good, another New World ad. Oh no. It would seem you have made it to your destination. Hello? You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. It loads fine and then it will not load your stream. That's annoying. I'm sorry. You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it? I'm a ghost. Can't I just like walk through? Oh my god, is it?
Well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Is it Emmett Selk?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while. You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks. Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are. Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Hey, it's Emmett Selk. He looks way different. Why does he look like a Kingdom Hearts character?
Satisfied? I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
Man, he has intense fucking eyes.
You see it too, yes?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Please open the door. I'm very small.
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
Oh, don't bullshit everyone, Emmett.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
I'm not an it.
She created it. Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
I'm right here, you know.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words.
Can I have tangibility, please?
Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
What happens if my eyes are open? Am I gonna, like, turn into...
You may open your eyes.
Am I gonna be big? Well, I clearly didn't physically change. Oh, I'm big now.
Quite large, don't you think?
The size befits its proportions. Though I personally wouldn't be averse to smaller.
No, this will suffice, I'm sure. Without
Probably have to wait till I'm home, sorry. Oh, no, you're fine. I understand.
I am Hythlodaeus,
Oh,
Chief
shit.
Bureau of the Architect.
Oh, you're Hythlodaeus.
Beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name, and I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here? Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
Am I gonna get to
And with
meet
your
Azem?
colors matching our own, besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
Are you saying that to me or Emmett?
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
Ooh. The world unsundered. Fancy. Oh, space dog!
This presence.
I see axolotls were part of the unsundered world. What are you? What?
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Are you saying that to me, or? This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels like you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to aether, creation magics allow us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect, which I think is La Habrea? As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elpis for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Oh, mystery thing. Cool. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be found in the main observation hub. Let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? Basic concept will do. No. In that case, Emmett Selk... No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of aether out of me. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robe, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the prerequisite material. Cool, I'm getting Asian robes. What the fuck are these things?
Okay, hi.
Hi.
I'm in for a little bit, but I see you're at my favorite part in the story now.
This is a pretty good part of the story so far.
It's really good. I love this bit. I love it so much.
It's a very pretty place. How big is this zone? Oh my god, it's huge.
Did you like this twist though?
I wasn't sure what to think, honestly. Like, it wasn't until I got here that I realized I was gonna like it, but like, when Elidibus was like, we're going to time travel, I was like, oh no.
I'm usually like, as like a base standard, like, oh, time travel, neat. This, like, I don't expect the worst out of it, and then it went to a really good place.
Yeah, I'm very weary of time travel plots.
All
Just
right, I gotta
'cause-
bail, but I hope you enjoy this part.
Okay. What are you gonna be
Have fun.
doing?
I gotta go. I gotta rush and put cooking because it's raining like crazy. Then I
Oh,
also gotta go
jeez.
with my sister to pick up my niece, and then we gotta give her shot, and then I guess eat afterwards. So I probably won't be on for a bit.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely do the trial dungeon of this. I know you do normally, but yeah, enjoy.
Okay.
Alright, bye.
See ya. Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 pedalaudi? There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the pedalide first. Good luck! At least I don't have dots that will accidentally kill the thing. Excuse me, hang on. I'm just gonna grab a cough drop real quick. Ugh. Oh. Okay. Okay, I do have some more time to at least tune in. Okay, that's fine. Oh my god. You've caught the petalaudi? I'm not... Somebody say the word so I don't have to guess. Come, let us see. There you go. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now, for a spot of reversion. I really love the chemistry between Hythlodaeus and Emmett. They definitely a lot of why I enjoy this section. Yeah, it's really good so far. There, it's ready. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. Won't someone be angry? For using living creatures to make clothes? That thing we do all the time? Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. And besides, we can always make more pedalaudi. They only need a tiny amount of aether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Emmett Selk speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, best to simply say that you're a familiar. The question is, whose? Ah, of course, Azem's. If you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence. For lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she had been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue our errand. Sophists. Ooh. So I guess they're gonna have me wear the robes, or it doesn't look like it's mandatory. Oh my god, do I have to clean out my inventory? Do I have glamour prisms? Because I have this outfit, like, as a glamour, so I can just, like... I feel like it could be inappropriate for me to, Okay, I have glamour prisms. Do I have, like, a convenient pair of gloves? Yeah, that should work. Okay. Wait. That's not the one I wanted to do. I wanted to extract materia. Okay, so we'll disable that. And then cast glamour. Where is it? There it is. Cast glamour. Cast glamour. Cast glamour. Oh yeah, this would be even better because then there we go. And then once I'm somewhere in the plot where I don't need to wear this anymore, I'll just switch back. If you are ready, let us continue on along the path of Nagorisis. The place serves as an observation hub and residence both. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. How do we do, fellow Amortines? I'm only on my fucking motorcycle. Was way over there, but I honestly just kept my normal clothes on. Feels more in character to resist losing your individuality and all. That's fair. I'm gonna switch back once I'm done with this part anyway. I just feel like it's more plot appropriate to actually put on the clothes that we went through the process of getting. Yes, can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask I assume you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. My lips are sealed then. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect to find him in one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. Okay, doke, gotta go now. Bye. Okay, see you, Don. I say, Hythlodaeus. While I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his aether? Aye, that I could. As you know, Emmett Silk and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see our aether quite keenly, and from a great distance. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your own enjoyment like it as not, but point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So you know, it's because we're in Elpis that I don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let us find our man. Wait, was that a bird that said nay? No, it's a tiny little, like, unicorn Pegasus thing. I wonder if everybody's unsundered form is here. Oh. Hello, Hermes. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna get that aetherite. The winged girl. What are you? You're like a harpy girl, I think.
You are...
Oh. Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
Slow down.
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
Surprised I haven't gotten any dialect choices yet.
It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You are of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
I'm curious if they're ever going to release that hairstyle. Probably not.
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my count, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait in the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
Namastoma is missing.
Huh?
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
Come on, Emmett.
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree.
Oh my god, we're getting a cat out of a tree, aren't we?
I'll help too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
We are literally saving a fantasy cat from a fantasy tree. 12,000 plus years before we even existed in the base timeline. Here we go. It's not stuck in a tree. It seems Hermes and Metion have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as an embystoma. Yet, though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. Are you stuck in the tree? Hermes! The embystoma Hermes saw high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Ugh. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Metion. Both you and your... Quelestiaborn, you are called. An intriguing name, somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but that doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I had forgotten all about its fellows. Yeah, the other two are watching them. Truly, what a relief. I must thank Emmet, Selk, and Hythlodaeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Nagorisis. Someone please say it so I don't have to keep guessing. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the ambystomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space, if you would go ahead to the main building. Upon entering, you will see tables and chairs. A meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Did I already get this one? Yes, I did. Okay.
This appears to be the place.
I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of lore dumping.
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force?
There are reasons I can't speak freely.
Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
Well, for one thing, 12,000 years from now, I kill you.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps. But I believe she can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
So, it's finally happened then.
Final days.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation.
Hmm.
I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elbus after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Of his own volition, yes. Like so many others have before him.
Return to the star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place. That all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness.
But not that I'm doubting. But Emmett Selk made a pretty strong point about how Ascians just kind of are immortal. Does this mean that they're obligated to willingly die?
To the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest in service to our world.
Oh, so is this like a final season of Good Life situation where like people just do everything they want to do and then when they're done they're just like, okay, I'm just gonna disappear forever now.
And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom.
Hmm.
Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteor outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Well, hanging out with Bird Girl time. I'm sorry, Quella. Didn't mean, sigh. A walk? Perhaps we can go for a walk. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. Yeah, it's called empathy. But don't worry, I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elpis and Hermes. Oh, teach you. I can teach you. We could take turns. I'll tell you something, and then you tell me something. Sure. Then it's settled. Where to start? Ah, yes. Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is. So I'll have him explain instead. Meteon is now accompanying you. Keep her at your side, blah, blah, blah. Don't teleport. I'm Memnon. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have a remarkably large and robust physique. I assume you are familiar like Meteon. I am... Are you calling me fat? I assume you are familiar like Meteon. Meteon. Is there something you need? This is Quella. Could you teach her about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well, I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we would employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subject to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise their habitat might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they might have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place, so heed your master as well and be good, do you hear? Well, we will, Memnon. We will. Thank you for the listen. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From a place facing a great threat. There is such a place. I had no idea. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Okay. Are you gonna commit murder? Or I guess it's not murder. Maybe it is murder. I don't know. Hey. It's the angry stoic bird. From Shadowbringers. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new? Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. No thoughts. Head empty. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please, wait. I'll try again. With you this time. I have a lot of trauma. I don't know if you want to read that. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. We just met. We just met. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking to you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. I mean, we can be friends. I don't have a problem with friends. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting. I'm bad at crafting and gathering. Oh, fighting. That must mean you're strong. Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. Bird. This bird is like gazing into the abyss. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Euanthe. She's usually in a small building on the west row. Nothing. Okay. Nope. This building? This building. Excuse me, sorry. Well, if it isn't Metion. I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Euanthe. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes? Covered in syrup? I want to share it with Quella. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat, Metion. You weren't made to do so. But I like it, too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Quella. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Tell her what I like. Oh, that's what you like? Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing with me, Quella. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Excuse me. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Metion good. Quella wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Metion company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. Excuse me, sorry. It has been decided that Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too? I'm compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Propylaeon. There's no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. To see the joy her presence brings Metion, I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Quella is kind, really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots of lots. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Embystoma. Have care when you step outside the hub, for there may be unruly creatures about. This here is a new species of Petalauda we recently set loose. It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If you can see its observation period to the... If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul. Yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings who adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. You see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it's hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby location. We've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Let's see. It's 86 quests. I imagine by the end of the zone, I will probably have been supposed to have hit 87, but I'll probably end up hitting something close to 88. I'll probably have to do a couple dungeon runs at this rate, honestly. Yes. Lightning Pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the Isle airborne. Excuse me. And maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now the element is lightning, which draws upon the Pneuma here to replenish their aether. It appears Metion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead, and feed the Pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Perfectly done, Quella. Look. Nom nom. See how they gather to feed. How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as the Petalauda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Is Metion a living thing? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it is ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass that judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They've missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we'll head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. I'm sorry I keep yawning. I'm genuinely not bored. I don't know what it is. It's a good thing we're heading east. Southeast. Oh, there it is. Ugh. Gubu.
Amazing, is it not? The Amplos, one of our newest subjects.
No, it's a Gubu.
So, how are we coming along?
Hey, glowy flowers. I'm still gonna call them lunar tears.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
Entelekis? I don't know what?
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace.
I would have called them lunar tears.
Born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Huh.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
I do remember this conversation, yep.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it.
Dynamis. Ooh, fancy.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
I feel like we need to take her.
Energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter, on account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteor?
It's a good question, actually.
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%.
That's a lot.
A more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. It is not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue this stream with the vigor of a raging river...
Oh, is this what caused the final days?
Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is like an Endwalker. Like me. So, are we the same? Endwalkers.
I don't know. Well, I have been known to transcend my limits with nothing but determination.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Yeah, well, we'll see you in 12,000 plus years and see what you have to say about that.
Does not an Endwalker make. It, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Okay. So it's clear that Daniel, or Hermes, fucked around and found out with Dynamis, and accidentally jump-started the final days. I'm going to assume that's what happens. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there's an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial. He would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join the convocation? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Silk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It begins when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. I didn't know Ascians could have misspent youths. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampelos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it's released into the world. I demand a name change. You call it a Goobu right now. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head to the north. Sure, let me just summon my motorcycle. Oh, these things? I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created with the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. The third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being an affinity towards wind diminished. It cannot fly, no matter what we try. We can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable. flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau the concept be revised. With its aetheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know. But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of aether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running around robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is it to shame? What is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution, Emmett Silk. Emmett Silk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare the need to report your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith, and run along. I trust you don't mind. Emmett Silk is out of sight. Good. Let us speak of our plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Silk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let us begin at once. Quella, I want you to go to Emmett Silk. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. In the chat mode, say, I have a favor to ask to indicate to Emmett Silk you have a request. Emmett! 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 I have to ask you something, Emmett. Where are you? Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting on the bike. Why'd you go so far away? It's like a chicken deer. What are they even called? Ocupite. I can't pronounce that. I'm gonna let somebody else do that. No, go away. Go away! I don't have time to mess with you, bird. Deer. Chicken. Thing. Okay, maybe I have to. Well, Are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? Right. Say I have a favor to ask. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh. I don't know what Hythlodaeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hythlodaeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Selk. With chat mode in say, please, Emmett Selk. Please, Mr. Emmett Selk. Please, Emmett Selk. Do the thing.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Self. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
Please, Mr. Emmett Selk.
Not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Oh, it's Granny.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation.
Yeah.
Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree.
Dude made a whole city.
Powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in business affairs. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends.
Are we gonna get to see his M?
Realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you.
Yeah, I have that effect on
I
people.
can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Okay, do we have a plan to get me back? Because Elizabeth's kind of teleported me to the past and never gave me a means to teleport back. So, as far as I'm aware, I'm stuck. Which is quite a weird predicament to be in. Wave to Emmett Selk. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Quella and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in the fashion and like when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that is what you want. But if I must say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to just have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee the abnormalities as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let us return to Anagorasis? West. It's probably on that platform there. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought this was Allegan Tech. I was gonna be like, how the fuck is Allegan Tech here? The Allegans don't even exist yet. Northwest. It's like up there. I can't get up there right now. Huh. 182 Yalms East. Northeast. Northeast. North? Other side of the building? Northwest. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. I may want to consider switching back to Dark Knight. Oh. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have it done with our impediment to our business. I'm actually going to decline this because I'm gonna switch to Dark Knight. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna remove the glamour from this so I don't spoil anybody else, because I don't want to spoil people. Because inevitably I'm going to be leaving this area, and people who have not reached this area are going to be mad if I spoil the outfit. I don't want to do that to people, because that's rude as fuck. Of course I can't apply glamour. Ah! Anyway, Dark Knight. Tell me, Quella, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis. Dynamis seems promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon would be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon, I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one from observation than set it upon the nearby Occupites, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself. The Occupites were keeping a wide berth. It is nature of the Lycaon that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it's an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all at once. The paperwork is in order. Where's the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see to the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Is there another one? I don't see the other one. Maybe it's like later in the zone. I'm gonna have to pick up that quest. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Lachion was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lachion did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go ahead. Please follow Aquila. Come, come. It's down the path over the bridge. Right, okay. I need to just get rid of that mount for now. Southwest. $55 realms. Oh, right there. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know when I see him. Metzion is now accompanying you. Blonde-haired woman, dark-haired man. What's that mask? I don't recognize that. Rakshasa Mask of Maiming. Wasn't Rakshasa gear like Stormblood or something? I don't recognize it. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Doros. His hair is long, but the color is wrong. Blonde-haired man. Doros! That's Doros. Well now, if it isn't Metzion, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycones, I believe? Where are they now? Out in the field in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to... Once I submitted my report, I'll see them revert without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that a Lachion slaughtered Occupites. Occupites? 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 Petes? Someone please say it. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. They would threaten other species and upset natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We created a good many of them. All exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos. A memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pashtarat may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Aether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat into the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, is all the it's all they have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with the full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that M itself may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Meteon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Quella. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Quella? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and what we want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at 12 Wonders. Meteon is following me now, again. Vibrant purple flowers, bigger than your hands, adorn the tree. Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think as the recipient. That's what Hermes said. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Flower bed. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any place should be fine, though. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Familiar plant. Is it the lunar tear again? Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing its undulations. Oh, this thing. Ugh, why would we give it this thing? Oh, a conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Quella, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Not a lot of combat in this zone. Where is the thingamajig? Oh, it's right there. I'm just dumb. You spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Quella. Something big. Huge. That's a Marlboro. I don't think we should give him this. They're kind of infamous for having bad breath. Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Morble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. These things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orb. The flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Quella? Would he like it? I don't think any... I'd rather not go near that thing. So not this one either. Find a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Quella, but could we search a little bit more? Maybe as far as the fields over here? I'll pick something after that, I promise. Okay, there's something north. Oh, there it is. Wait, I'm sorry. Seriously? Where's Metian? Did getting on my mount really... Metian! Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Ah, there's... Having a moment. As we were doing... Ah, there's nothing. Shiny thing over there. What could it be? It's the lunar tier again, isn't it? Yeah, why didn't we just pick these things in the first place? Oh, Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelekis. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? Take it down. I dare say I have a few. I've known pain and sorrow of loss. I see. Hermes has known the same. That feeling that a part of you is gone. Again and again, but no one notices. Please, Kola, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow? It's a bit heavy. It's a lot. I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. I'll get depressed. Truly, you'll do it. Thank you, Quella. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Alright. Oof. Lengthy quest. Oh, I'm just kind of floating. Alright. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they finished.
For me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Salk and Pythideus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
I'm gonna get depressed. For science.
flowers?
Go on.
Do I get to choose what makes me depressed?
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you.
I was wondering if he was ever going to take that off.
May we talk a moment?
Hedgehog! Hedgehog! Yes! Ah!
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful.
That's heavy.
Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? And I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Oh, I could tell you all about suffering.
Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. What of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteor and her sisters.
She has siblings? What?
Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life, as one might expect. Exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long.
Wait. I'm making a theory right now. He created dragons, sent them into space, and then the dragons are going to come back, and that's going to be the second astral era.
And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let's head back.
Do Ascians need sleep? I was under the impression after Shadowbringers that Ascians are kind of just like fulfilled beings. Like I was under the impression they don't need food or sleep or anything. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it's time I attend to my next task. As Emsilic and Hythlodaeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycononis. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Dordos has followed the correct protocols, and, as chief observer, I find no fault in his judgment. They would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve or perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have the concept preserved and restricted as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures, and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join with him forthwith, for it is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Grab this Aetherite quest. Or Aether Current quest, I'm sorry. Wait, that's a Gaelic kitten. Right, where's the Gaelic kitten? Oh. I gotta go north anyway. Okay. Oh, I think it's on that area. Okay, well, I'm probably not gonna be able to make it to that. Actually, northeast would be like this direction? Yeah, probably about here. Huh? Oh. Beat up these two things. Well, this was a short quest. I mean, I'm thankful for that, but I was expecting it to be longer. Everything else here has taken a bit of time. Probably because there's not, honestly, that much to the zone, but it's fine. It's a cool zone. Okay. I need to grab that other quest. Ugh, it's kind of boring looking when you don't have G-Shade on. Oh, are they like behemoths? Is that what these things are? Oh no, they're like Fenrir's. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4, but the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Quello handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If that is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Silk, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes... must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours. If you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Oh, it's right there. Hello. I appreciate your help, and lament that is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure you will be more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few moments, and that will give you time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let's begin. Oh, Jesus. Okay. We're doing 2 now. What am I supposed to do now? Stand in front of the thing and keep its attention. I am in front of the thing, though. I'm right below it now. Oh. Ooh. Caduceus.
Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
It's a bummer.
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes.
Join the Cool Kids Club.
You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death.
I do not know if it is right.
And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Hmm.
Aye.
I can't get over How Emmett Selk looks so much like a fucking Kingdom Hearts villain right now. Oh my god. Oh, Emmett Selk. I'm gonna take care of that other quest. Southwest. What is southwest? Be like down here, wouldn't it? Really fair skies. I mean, I guess fair. Oh, hang on. Gotta go this way. Okay. I don't know. I thought I would be more like emotionally stunned by having gone to the past like this far back. I didn't think we'd ever see the world as it was. I thought I'd be more like emotionally bamboozled by it, but I didn't really feel that bamboozled. No, God, I'm not a fan of this following thing now. It's kind of frustrating at this point. It's kind of just become an incredibly frustrating mechanic, and I really just kind of don't want to deal with it anymore. It also feels like a way to artificially extend playtime because of how many restrictions they put on it. Anyway. Is there a thing near here? Southwest. I can try and look for it, but Southwest. Still southwest. Oh, there it is. It's half of them. I assume the other half is like this area that I haven't gone to yet. Hello, loser. EXE. I don't think I've seen you in my chat for a while. I don't know, maybe you've been lurking for a while and I just didn't notice. But welcome to the stream. We're playing some Endwalker. I don't know if spoilers are something you care about, but this whole zone is kind of a big spoiler. So if you need to leave because you don't want to spoil yourself, I totally understand. Been busy, college, that's totally fair. Oh, I turned you to audio only for now. Okay. Well, do know that I will be reading all the quest dialogue for the main story. Like, I do read all the main story dialogue out loud that isn't voiced, so that might also contain spoilers for you. But thank you for the support. I think this is gonna be... Yeah, so... I'm gonna be reading these speech bubbles, so take it for what you will. If you need time to, like, mute me or something, that's fine. Or just turn me way down or whatever. I'll give you, like, 10 to 15 seconds to let you do that. Starting now. I'll give you 15 seconds. I'm good, go ahead. Oh, okay, okay, if you say so. I hate this name. I don't know what they're called. The other have been taken care of. The incident is resolved. The life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I'm sure you will know. Where to now? Is there anywhere you would like to visit before we leave? I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Quella? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our friendship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis. I'll see what encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we'll first head back to the Anagnorius. Stupid Asian names. Let's see. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notonius. Also, never got to say it, but I'm loving the new style. Also, almost didn't recognize you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I kind of crunched out this I keep trying to do hand gestures, but my leap motion isn't working. I tried to crunch out this, I crunched out this outfit in like 4 days before Endwalker came out. Even then, I didn't actually get it done until like most of the way through the first day of release, so whoops. But yeah, no, I'm really happy with how it came out. I have a friend named White Dragon who helped me out with the model a little bit more. She tweaked it in ways that I wasn't able to with just Vroid. She gave me more blend shape facial expression things that I have yet to fully utilize because I've been trying to set up my iPhone to use eye facial mocap, but it hasn't been working, so I need to just figure that out. I do have Leap Motion, as I said, but I can't use it at the moment because when trying to set up my iPhone, I think something fucked up. But yeah, no, and then this like stream layout thing, I commissioned my best friend Wombunk, like in like short notice, like literally the night before. I was like, I will pay you whatever you want, if you make me this thing on short notice. And they were very tired, but they did it, and I was very thankful, and I gave them a commission and tip. So I'm very thankful for that. It looks amazing, and I love it. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth we will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? I can also do things with it. Think about what class I'm going to beat Endwalker with. Might be my Machinist. I really want to level Machinist when I get the chance. But right now I'm focusing on Dark Knight and Summoner. And once I get them to 90, it's going to be probably Reaper and Sage. And then probably Machinist and... maybe... Actually, I think my next two are going to be Reaper and Gunbreaker, and then after that, Machinist and Sage. Excuse me. Here we are. Machinist is my aim. Best class, change my mind. If you got a gun and Robot Queen, that is legit. My legit drug. Also, yeah, Reaper's neat. I enjoy Reaper. It's probably the only melee class I'm like actually excited to play. I like some of the other melee classes, but they've never like been super my jam. I really like Machinist. It's probably my favorite range DPS. Not that there's a lot of competition for that position, but I did play it a lot in Heaven's Word. I didn't play it at all in Stormblood because Stormblood made a lot of design decisions that I fucking hate, which I'm glad are gone now. And then when they changed it in Shadowbringers, it was like my main DPS. Also, a feature on my model that White put in for me was that I can now take off my mask. So I have a hotkey now to let me do that. I can take that off. Here we are, Notonius. This teleporter will take us to Kalamios Zephyros, the Western Island. Oh, nice. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't even planning on adding that feature, but she was like, it's really easy. I can just do it. And I was like, okay. I need to work on my model someday. Yeah, it took me a long time, honestly, to even work on this. Like, 90% of the time I was on hiatus, I just couldn't even think of how I wanted to improve my model. And then when I had the Blue Mage idea, like, as I said, I crunched it out in 4 days. If I had the idea earlier, I would not have crunched it out. I would have taken my time with it and probably would look better, but I was running out of time. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poison Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by...
A Spriggan?
Well, an Arrayus. How delightful.
3700 in Q. Well, back to strap. Yeah. Yeah, I know the pain. Stop calling it that. It's a Spriggan. What's it holding? What is that?
And what, pray tell, is that? Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago.
Oh, so you call that a shark?
Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. Here we are.
Boop. Did Heidelin just fucking dragoon herself into the fucking shark?
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Bernard, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the complication holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Benar is her name, and she is the previous Azim.
Wait, what?
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Fucking burned.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
This is really fucking weird.
Perchance come from the future.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Oh, it's Heidelin's blessing.
Primals, you say? I'm not familiar with such beings, but if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection.
gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
I'm like checking in to see if you're in a cutscene or not. Yeah, I am.
I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future.
Character's hot in my opinion. Thank you. I've actually had a lot of people over my... I've been playing this game since The Realm Reborn, specifically since patch 2.1. In my time playing this game, I have had a lot of people send me tells, like, basically saying that along the lines of that.
Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge. So you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose...
I'm a buddy now, but I'm trying to figure it out if we can have highlights. I'm sure we can, but I just cannot find the option. Like hair highlights? Yeah, that should be under hair color. There should be like a little checkbox towards the bottom of the color palette. I must be blind and stupid. It's fine. It's easy to miss.
Conducive to calm conversation. I've been working for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter of which I would rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Spriggan, I'm calling it a Spriggan, which has made off with it. A Spriggan, you say? We might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Spriggan. There's no guarantee that that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we have exhausted our efforts. I'm thinking of just giving up on FF for tonight and just labbing. Still in the 3000s. So, in my experience, I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm Eastern Standard Time, East Coast. For me, the best times to log in are between excuse me, like 2 a.m. and midday. So for these streams, usually what I do is since it's my days off, I'll usually log in at about somewhere between like 7 and 10 a.m. I'll do all my dailies and stuff, and then I'll just set up my stream and start streaming, because then I'll already be in. On days where I'm at work and I get home and I start playing, I try to log in, but of course, because it's usually bad time, I usually get home between 8:30, 11 p.m. usually. That's usually really bad time to log in. Not as bad as... I think like the 5 to 7 p.m. range is usually the worst time to get in, honestly. Because that's when everybody's getting out of work. And after school activities and stuff. Hopefully this will clear up in like a week and a half. I'm really hoping, but I don't know. But yeah, I find that if you try to log in anytime between midday and 1 a.m. that you're going to be waiting for a bit. I usually end up waiting like an hour and a half. Jesus, I don't want to fight that thing. Wait, there should be, southwest, so it should be this way. Should be around here, southwest. Oh, there it is. Oh, god damn it. This will be number 6. Northwest. Well, let's find the Spriggan first. Oh, hello. Northwest. Even more northwest. Once again, northwest. Just west. Is it like on the top of the waterfall? Yup. Ah. Northeast, you say? Oh, I should probably grab this. Yoink. Back to being northeast again. North? Is it up there? Ah, God, don't do this to me again. Yup. Southeast. Over that way? South. Only 2 more ether currents. Where? Oh, it's over there. North. Oh, is it like up there? Because I can't get up there yet. I don't want to fight minotaurs. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid, or yes, is no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. Here you go. The crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I've also often been asked to do so. Oh ho, you too. Some of us seem destined to always be searching, for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrust the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that these things lead to one another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return to stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will soon join you as I have to attend to this task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the place entirely to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea. Cutscene.
Wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Oh boy, where do we start? The world has been sundered, broken into shards. I did. That is the beginning. Well, it's my beginning. By the way, Emmett Selk, in like 12,000 plus years, I'm going to murder you. That's La Habrea. Amarat. Level 83 trial.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital in Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True. I note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact.
Me. I exist.
If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Heidelin is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarant and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you were lonely and desperate and a lot of things.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
I mean, you didn't, technically.
You do not know me.
I never claimed to.
I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
I'm gonna say Dynamis is key to all this.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteor? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation.
Well, I'm glad we agree on that.
With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Man, this is such a jarring fucking experience. This is like going back in time and hanging out with God when he was just a mortal man.
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, though I have a good idea where we might begin. Sorry, I just need to grab a cough drop. Blah. How? See you the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. Ismene? Ismene? She is the one who may arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out the answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions? For me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Following events cannot be skipped. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Venat. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms. He has an expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He is a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as Chief Overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Meteon been here? I cannot rightly say. As the Chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature more in depth, but I have not occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Forgive us. We seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Meteon? That would be Timaeus. He has similar expertise with flying concepts and is more eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of streams somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Quella. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague Ismene mentioned. Although I felt compelled to take the reins of that previous conversation, your, fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish with speaking to Timaeus. Ah, there he is. There's our man. Yes, I am Timaeus. But please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. Following cannot be skipped. Yes, begin asking questions. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Is it, what do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? The Chief Hermes' work. A worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of new imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Meteon, too, is a marvel, then? My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Meteon as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Meteon's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny. Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made in Elpis, which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your tasks to attend to. Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Isbania mentioned. So have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Meteon's capabilities, let alone awareness of the Dynamis. My question resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues viewed Meteon as his personal project, and provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but for more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelekes which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course, and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. On that subject, was there aught else of note that you can tell me about Meteon, aside from the unorthodox method of communication? She has sisters and they've gone to the stars. I rather you wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one which we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to these fucking names. Peripetia Crystalline. Not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. This tower and the one further along are both part of the Peripetia Crystalline, facility where they archive all of ELPS's observational testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what the two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the tower, I shall join you there anon. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it that you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale that my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteion heavensward, a host of them. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I would like to hear. Mistress Fana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray, do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me a retelling of this sight which so delayed your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasos Thalassae. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy indulging in your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Wait, are we on the moon? Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly we've prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zim. But what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you've developed have served as a basis for many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody the nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I would be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the Skyway, and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across the next tower and ask for your admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving to the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway. You will find yourself at the entrance to Metabasos Thalassae. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Mistress Vana, just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is an observer or two out on the upper skyway. What am I doing? I have a motorcycle. I don't have to run. Oh, looks like I'm in for a cutscene. Hey, same hair. Mr. Svana, I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. Take it in while you can.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
In its own way. Some parts, yeah. Oh man, where do I start?
Well, not the pretentious events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I kind of wish I got to pick the story. Oh, Chiffon.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar, and among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is sense of mastery. The more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace.
It's very poetic.
As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath.
Oh, she's saying the words.
I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. A moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true.
Oh boy.
Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Is this the devs asking my opinion of Final Fantasy XIV? The critically acclaimed MMO that I've been playing since 2014? Technically 2013 because I played the open beta. Technically 2010 because I played 1.0.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
What you doing, Hermes?
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we have learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible feat for our star. I would like to visit the site which Hermes set forth, the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint that drives his research of his. Glean said that she spotted them on the southeast, rising from an isle that could be seen from the edge. If we stand on the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Oof. I don't see any Aetherite quests. Aether Current quests. No. No, it doesn't look like. $507 northeast. It's got to be like up here. And I'm sure we're going to go up there in the end. It's very foggy today. They keep... Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Probably that. Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Not yet. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. Space dog! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Quella here over to that island? Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution for us is to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. I don't know, lady. I'm known for slaying gods. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you in the clearing over yonder. Cool. I get to fight God. Again. Time to beat you up, lady. Shall we begin? Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Let's go. Let's go. I wish you could hear the music, but it's so quiet. Oh, what? Keep trying, lady. Maybe you'll get it. BGM is maxed out. I cannot raise BGM any further.
I shall have to try something different.
Dancer? I mean, okay. Oh, fuck. Christ, lady. Fucking go. Where's she using? White Mage? True Arrow. Oh, fucking hell. Ah, Jesus. It's still following me? Come on. Oh, fuck. Arm's length. Ow, that fucking holy lady. Oh boy, true stone, here we go. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. I'll have you know I've raided. I've done hard content before. Ah. Ads, really? You are but wimpy baby if you need ads. Ugh, more? Ugh. You just can't help yourself, can you? Oh, fucking hell. Shit! Oh, I'm gonna fucking eat it for that. Are you gonna limit break me? Fucking bring it, lady. Ow!
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
That was pretty fucking rad. That was pretty fucking rad. I wish the music was a little more audible.
It was my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. Just claim you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
I forgot we were doing this to impress a dog.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
So this technically means we created a time paradox where we impressed Argos in the past, but we first met Argos on the moon where he was already impressed with us, so we had to go to the past to impress. We created a time loop. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Matea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Unknown, unknown. Ugh, that thing is fucking ugly. Hate that thing. I think it's from Final Fantasy VII, actually. Argos motions his back with his muzzle, even giving the go-ahead to hop on. Yes. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? No something. Ah! No, quite a striking specimen, is it not? Notophorium. Brace yourself for the landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
You mean the Echo? I don't really get to choose when to do that.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
Huh.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Okay. Am I going to be able to, like, control the Echo now?
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to
Okay.
you and your
I'm proposing a theory. I'm proposing a theory.
I wonder what answers we will get.
I'm proposing a theory. Hermes is sus. Okay. I think that much is obvious. I mean, we know that later on, like, you know, Fandaniel and all that jazz from the earlier levels. But Hermes as he is now, I think is also sus. I think his experimentation into Dynamis and his extreme grief over loss just in general is going to push him to some extreme measures with Dynamis. It's going to basically be an accident that creates the final days. This is what creates Zodiark, and in turn creates Hydaelyn. And then I think in his desperation, I think that in some way, shape, or form... Actually, hang on. Rewinding a little bit to when I said that Hermes is going to create an accident that creates the final days. I think what creates the first final days is Meteon. I think Meteon is going to be the catalyst that creates the final days. She's going to be like the echidna to all the beasts and the monsters and whatever. And Zodiark would have been created to seal her away. And that evil voice we heard coming from the moon is going to be Meteon. Just like distorted and monsterfied and yeah.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike. How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteor, as though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. In return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps a flower. Yes. Upon your return,
Okay. Okay. New add-on. Addendum to my theory. Alright, this is how it's gonna go. This is how it's gonna go, right? We're gonna go through all this stuff. We're gonna get to the final boss, and it's gonna be like this echidna, disfigured, monstrous version of Meteon. And we're gonna fight her, and she's gonna be like, I will destroy everything because you took everything from me. Or I will have my revenge, or whatever. And when we beat her, it's gonna be a lot like the Emic Selk thing in Shadowbringers, where like he goes back to being normal and like they're all nice and like, please remember us and all that jazz. But for her, you know, she's still gonna be all like, I don't understand what's going on. I hurt. I'm in pain. And we're just gonna show her the flower, and she's just gonna be like, fuck, and dissolve into nothing. Meteon is the final boss. That is my opinion. I don't think Hermes wants the final days. I think he's going to accidentally create it.
I'm inclined to agree. As we had suspected, the two are somehow involved. Yet it's difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
It's not a bad idea, but I think exposing this will create the events that lead towards the final days. Ironically, sending me back in time might have been the reason the final days happen.
Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Which is one of the theories I had coming in.
Let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could not do worse than to look into Kittis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethoselatikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, Quella, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined to release unto the world, do you not question how they find room in all, for all of them on so few islands? The answer lies within Kitsis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within the sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poetin Oikos. Ah, there's the other fucking flight quests. Man, I think I really did just call the ending. Let's see. I'm gonna say, right, I don't read the side quests. Not reading side quests. Sorry. Ugh. Oh, come on, I have to go back there for another quest? Ugh. No, go away, Minotaur. I don't care. Oh, I have to fight one anyway. Great. Okay, that quest is done. Teleport back here. And then we'll teleport back. Wait. Okay, I do have that. Alright. I would have been so mad if I didn't actually attune to that aetheryte. Oh, man. Ugh, another follow quest. Come on. Where are we even going, my dude? Where are we even going? Ugh, I'm so close to 88 too. Oh my god. Oh man, they go overboard with these follow quests, I swear. Like, it's fine when it's like 5 minutes with like Grahatia and Kryl, you know? Like, that was one thing. But to do it for like half these fucking side quests is just like, come on. That person was Dixie Normus. Okay, those are done. Now we just need to get that last Aether Current, which is in the North Continent area, thing, place, and then complete the story quest for this zone. Which will probably unlock the level 70 dungeon. What am I saying? Level 70 dungeon. Oh my god. Level 87 dungeon. Oh, I forgot to read that. I'm sorry. It said, this appears to be the teleporter Vanad told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was recently activated. Ah, good. The teleporter acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use that as you wish. As for the way to kiss this Hyperborea, we follow this path, then turn it left at the crossroad. Oh, Hang on a sec. Northwest. Okay, so it's towards my destination anyway. $95 yalms west. 80. 67. 60. 60 yalms southwest. Southwest. 48 yalms south. Ah, there you are. Sorry. Probably take another cough drop. God. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Ah, hello you two. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creations of Meteion, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear of any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. I thought you didn't believe what I said. According to your story, the 14 divined a connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but we were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seemed inconceivable. The only possible explanation is that the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew that he was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of the deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. There was also a fucking fantastic fight, but, you know. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes to the fold, as we were. Thank you for your understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But, as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threats to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Actually, before I do, I just want to be... Okay, I do have all of them. I just have to complete the quests in this area. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosure you see up ahead. Well then, Quella, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Quella can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. They're these things. I don't wanna. They're gross. Why would you think this is suitable for anyone's eyes? Who created these and said, yeah, this will help the star? Kind of annoying that they make you fight monsters, but okay. I would have preferred to just run to my objective, but sure. Oh, they always do that. I fucking knew it would do that. Why? I'm not a fan of being forced to fight things just because you want me to fight things. Where is this guy? Hermes, my dude, where the fuck are you? Really? We just fought this one. This is just tedious bullshit. I mean, as if it isn't bad enough that there's just, like, a bunch of dudes around already who I will inevitably be spotted by. Because I absolutely will be spotted by them. Ergo, my point is proven. I'm just gonna fucking run. Where the fuck is this guy? Hermes, my dude, where the fuck are you? Oh, there he is. Of course. Quella, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk company. An important matter? And unrelated to my decision on Vandaniel, you say? Then yes, I will come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise. But you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Whoa! Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was going to do that. I can see now why they're called the Hungering Gardens. You spoke with Hermes, then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of Hungering Gardens as well. I see, or should I say, smell. Hey, I didn't get hit. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray things will soon take a turn for the better. As for as fascinating as it would be to meet Emmett Selk, who would recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, naive hope that it is. Hermes said he would not be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom, and so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether.
That's what I was thinking.
Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis,
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents.
Huh?
Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
They do say that when the first final days began, there was a loud cry.
After all, any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether.
Hmm.
See it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Like, wait, hang on, like the moon?
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Oh. Is it...
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I
Oh.
wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts.
Is it her sisters?
May we please be friends?
Meteor. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Oh no. Ah! My head! No!
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts. So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why? Why do we?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, I totally called this, but like...
This is wrong. All wrong.
Oh, fuck.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you alright?
No, my brain hurts.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, and we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
So, now I wonder... This isn't really related to my theory. I think my theory very obviously still stands. If Fandaniel, as we know Fandaniel, if his goal was to kill Zodiark to end exist... I keep doing hand gestures, but my thing isn't working. I'm doing air quotes right now. To end existence. maybe his true intention was to free Meteon because he pities her? Oh. You calm your mind, your senses, questing for any hint of Meteon's presence. It seeps into my mind, our voices, reporting. No, no, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Meteon's anguish voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. So now I have to wonder if it was ever actually, like, if my involvement is what causes the first final days. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but fail to hear Meteon's voice. She must be elsewhere. My question is, how are we going to get back to the present? The future? How are we going to get back? Greetings and salutations. Hi, Meteon. Commencing report. Oh no. We can't tell them that. We must run. Run far away. Wow. Please, don't follow me. Meteon's anguished voice fades as you hear her climbing up the top of the ridge. Can I get up the rock? Thank you. Come on. Fine. We'll do it the slow way. You strain to catch even the faintest whisper, but failed. She's elsewhere. Okay. Meteon. Where art thou? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, no, it can't be. It can't be. Meteon's voice goes south. Oh my god, are we really gonna have to do this? I'm trying to do story! You're getting in the way of my plot. Okay, somewhere else here. Let's keep looking. Here we go, cutscene. Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Atheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Quella, you mustn't listen. Oh my god. I grow tired of this. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Heads towards the lake. Any sign of Metian? Panic and confused, which would make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Metia are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you approach any sentient being, directly. Given the Metia's case, this means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Materian we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh. Oh, my dear Metian. What have you witnessed out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Metian renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of aether? How how Emmett Silk solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel aether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Quella, you will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Mitian's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easy to capture by fleeing towards Lith. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Quella and Emmett Selk will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while others predict and obstruct Mitian's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other as Aper to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Mitian and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down aether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Emmett Selk is now accompanying you. Calling your mind, looking for Mitian's presence. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide. Yes, I'll just have to hide. Then nowhere where no one can find me. Towards the water's edge. She went into the lake. As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least we have the open expanse at least that open expanse should make it easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to a remora. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Mityon. Quella? What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor, fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into the mist. Ah, that must be a remora. Okay, so she's up there somewhere. There, I see her. Ah, I'm so tired of this cat and mouse. They're really, really extending the length of time on this quest. Please let this just be the end of this chase. I'm so tired of this.
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
I sense the presence of a powerful mark.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
It's gonna be something like all life out in the vastness of space is dead or something.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified.
Jesus.
Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found. Only their lingering essence.
Is there something out there, like, eating people? Is this, like,
Tesseract.
Lovecraftian now?
Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants. But deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Oh my god.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands. But determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteor?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Pretty depressing answer.
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
Jesus Christ, this is topical as shit.
Revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Holy fuck.
Turning a deaf ear, are we?
Shit is dark.
We are taking Meteon back to Amaranth. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon.
Did she break?
It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
Poor dude is barely keeping it together right now. He's like 3 steps from just breaking. Are you what?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
Also, I like how that this guy is very clearly using the Rama rig.
You fool!
Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna give chase, but... Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when creation is returned to Aether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Ah, here we go. Final quest. Hermes has headed to Kistis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his Aether. All I can say is that he has entered the rooftop, and likely arrived from the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. Twixpruvian, hi, welcome to the chat. Oh, I like quality service, increasing fares. I will not buy viewers. I will not buy fans. That is not what I'm going to be doing ever. Ban. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Fina, Quella. 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand in which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To kiss this Hyperborea we go. This is gonna be the dungeon, isn't it? This is the 87 dungeon. Oh, does that mean I'm gonna get unique trusts? Are they all gonna be like all-rounders? Because that would be fucking rad. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Kistis? Mistress Vana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Kistis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic has draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kistis scholars are observed to be unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen to fit drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're likely not to be our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, as I recall. Fairly skilled? Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of your strengths, and I will find the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Twas my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess about already. And you, Emetzelk, can you impress us with your arcane majesty? You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can you channel that power to protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. Then that should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Quella, so 'tis only right you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Yeah. Trusts. Former party. Emetzelk, Vana. So they're both all-rounders. He's stuck as DPS. Okay. Soul Seer. Bard. Bard. Really, Bard. Alright. I would have expected, like, a healer. I would have expected him to be a healer, honestly.
Let's get this over with.
Come, let us be off.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Alright then, let's do it. This is a lot prettier than I was expecting. I was kind of expecting like Great Google Library, but just a little more Amrat themed.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Alright, dungeon time. I keep thinking I'm like Reaper and I need to put on like my soul survivor buff that I haven't had since like Evansward. Did they get rid of it in Stormblood? Or was it Shadowbringers they got rid of it? I don't remember. Nah. Honestly, was not expecting to do a dungeon with fucking Vana, Hythlodaeus, and Emmett Selk. I wasn't expecting any of those people to ever party up with me, let alone all three. Come on, Bob. Please die. You've been alive way too long. There we go. Alright. First boss. Or I guess not. Okay. Edge of Shadow. Ugh, I wish trusts were better. But then there would be no reason to party out with people. It's kind of cool looking. I imagine these snowbank things are going to be important. Seriously trying to hide from us. Shame about the telltale footprints. Oh! Oh! Huh! Frostbite and Seek. Ah, that's a good joke. Where'd he go? This one. Oh, Emmett, don't stand in bad, Emmett. Thought you were better than this. Nope. Looks like he ended up over here again. Yo. You know, I'm not gonna open any chests. I'm not gonna bother. Experimental artifice. Alright. Just clearing up mobs. Sorry, there's not much to commentate on this. It's just trash. I mean, the area looks fucking amazing. I love this place, but gameplay-wise, there's really not a lot going on here. I assume this was some sort of like bird habitat study thing. Hippogriffs.
I see.
I do not understand people who say that Blackest Night is not very good compared to other tanks. I think it's like easily one of the best cooldowns any tank has ever gotten.
Booga booga.
Hi, I'm doing the 87 dungeon.
See that?
So,
What do you think?
I wanted to say, fucking theory confirmed.
About which bit?
So, okay, when you were gone, I had, like, very early into the zone, I made a theory. And that theory was that, they were gonna try and psych us out that Hermes was, like, the cause of the final days. And that the real culprit was gonna be, Materian. And that, my guess is that Materian... So here's my theory, right?
Well, sorry for it's Medion.
Right. I can't get her name
No,
straight.
it's okay. No, it's weird. Just think of meteor, but with an N at the end. It's a Medion.
Yeah, Medion. I don't know why I said Materian, because I've been...
Materia, maybe?
Probably. I've been saying Medion and Medion up until right now.
Right. And then you're like,
Anyway,
Materion.
anyway, here's my theory with the
Yeah.
because obviously I've seen the cutscene where she gets the status report back, which I kind of thought was gonna happen, but anyway, it's hasn't changed much about my theory. Basically, because of the shit that's going on now, Hermes in his attempt to save Medion and like basically do whatever it is he's planning to do, because that's the part I don't get right now. In the process of doing that, he's basically going to accidentally create the final days, and Meteon is going to become like this Echidna-like figure, where she just morphs and mutates into this giant monster thing that just births other monsters using creation magic. And that's going to create the first final days, and then the timeline's going to proceed as usual. And then the angry lady voice we heard coming from the moon after Zodiark's death is basically the malformed Echidna Meteon, and we're gonna have to fight her. And because they keep referencing the flower with her after we defeat her at the end of the game, she's gonna be all like, "Oh, I don't understand," yada yada yada, and then we're just gonna show her the flower, and she's gonna be like, "Fuck," and then disappear into nothing.
That's an interesting theory. That's all I will say, you'll find out a lot of that at the end of this dungeon. Whether you're right or not. But I'm also wanted to see what you thought of the zone, getting to get more about... I mean, I personally like that you got so much about Amaradian like history here, just by being here.
It's weird. It feels like this is... Like, I'm like in the mindset... I guess like I'm in like lore brain this whole expansion.
Yeah.
So just like I'm just like, oh my god, this is the fucking discoveries, the fucking progress we could make, the information we could tell everybody, and everybody's just like, yeah, so we're working on this quest.
There's a lot of interesting stuff I feel that you get out of this. One of the things I immediately got, which I kind of was really glad to finally get, is being able to see what the Amaradians look like, because the way we looked at them before, we thought they were just weird specters.
Yeah.
Like, they're basically big humans.
Yeah.
For all intents and
the
purposes.
big humans.
They're really big humans. Oh, did the scale thing mess you up at first too?
Kinda, sorta.
Yeah,
I
it's
do.
like,
Wait, did they make comments specific to your race when you were embiggened?
I don't know. When they made my character big, she was still like
Tiny.
The scale was she was about the same scale as like me to like a regular.
Yeah.
A regular Midlander.
Mhm.
So like it was like I see that you biggened them, and then like it was still a little shorter, but I still was like to scale now.
Okay, when they embiggened me, I think it was Hythlodaeus who said something like, it made them rather large, didn't you think? And then Emmett Silk was like, nonsense, they are to scale as were their proportions.
Yeah, that's a good point. They didn't say anything specific, I think, when I went through it, but that is different from what I got.
Everyone keeps commenting about how big I am.
Ah, so yeah, that is very much to your thing. Oh, one person did comment on how my character had like cat ears and cat tail, and like, oh, are you also a familiar? Like Medion, because Medion is basically a bird person. And I think
she's like a harpy girl.
She uses the aura skeleton, from what I understand. But the idea is
like, I think she's using the aura rig.
I will admit, I am mad at how good her bird parts look and how crappy the aura dragon parts look.
Just drag through the mud.
Just like, oh my god.
We could make them better, but we won't.
Yeah. It's like, look at how good Medion looks. Like her cool bird ears, the bird tail. Really
how many people? How many people do you think are gonna mod Aura to look like Medion?
At this point, I'd take that because that still looks better than the really awful looking scales that they gave them. God. The horns are nice, but then it's like they just half-ass all the scales, I swear.
Yeah, like the horns are nice, but then the scales just look really like scabs.
Yeah, it's bad. Part of why I went back to Catgirl in the end. Or at least with my ult.
Are you gonna go back to Catgirl with your main?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't even know if I want to play my main much.
Wow, really?
I like Balmung so far. And it's giving me more reason to play. I was working on the ult for some reason. I'm more excited to do a bunch of class if I've done something before for some reason.
You can use New Game Plus to replay class jobs. You know that, like job quests. You know
that's
right?
True.
Right?
Yeah. What was I gonna add? Oh yeah, I like the trust dungeon for this a lot.
Yeah.
They actually say a lot. You feel like you get a lot out of them as a result. But also the fact that like, oh, you don't. But like, if you weren't DPS, Emmett Silk is a tank. He's a dark knight.
He's a dark knight.
Yeah, he's a dark knight.
Vana, I know, can tank.
Yeah, but if you make Emmett Silk tank, he goes dark knight. It's great.
How do you get Vana to be a tank? Do you have to play like healer or something?
Probably, yeah. Because then you don't have a healer, but you need a tank. Because like, if you need a healer and you don't have a tank, Vanat's gonna be the healer because she's the only one that can heal. Whereas Emmett Silk can only Black Mage or Dark Knight. That's it.
Yeah, and Hythlodaeus can only Bard.
Yeah.
Yay, 88. I haven't bothered opening the chest. Does the gear look good in here?
I don't think that one has gear, to be honest.
It doesn't have gear?
Which level is this one?
87?
Yeah, I don't think this one has gear. I think it has weapons and accessories.
Why would it not have gear?
They're weird about it this time. Also, I do want to, I guess, clarify one thing. The reason Hermes took Medion and like did all this is he just wants to hear the end of her report.
Oh.
That's all of this.
But I think we can gather what the end of her report is.
Yeah, though
everyone is dead.
To her, like he made a promise to her specifically that like he would listen to the end of all of what she had to say, and I think that's part of why he's so driven.
So he never got to be Fandaniel then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you don't know what's gonna happen after this.
I would be so surprised if the fucking whatever the consultation congregation convocation of the 14 took him after this shit.
I mean, he's still pretty. I like in the one comment where like they're running down the hall and Hythlodaeus is like, he's pretty good though, right? And like Emmett talks, are you freaking kidding me? Do you really want me to consider him now?
Yeah. Hythlodaeus is a lot more joyful than I expected from his personality.
I would say that, if anything, I kind of like that Hythlodaeus has some very androgynous energy, which is why I like them a lot. Like, I don't think they ever give a gender to Hythlodaeus.
I would have to rewatch all the cutscenes, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah, either way, like, I like Hythlodaeus. They're really fun, and, like, they're kind of like a really, like you said, a joyful, encouraging person. Like a ray of sunshine, compared to Emmett Selk, who's like a big freaking... What's the word for it? I'm like a fuddy-duddy. It's great.
I'm calling it now. Graha is one of the fractions of Hythlodaeus.
Oh. I like that idea.
They are very similar.
Let's see, are you on the final boss now? Imagine you should be.
I'm going up to the sky.
Yeah. Okay, one more cool and then it's the last boss.
So how was your day?
Busy. Really busy. But it was a nice time out, I guess. I mostly just like rushed in the morning when I got up to do everything before I had to come. I even did all my roulettes before I had to go out so that I would not have to worry about them later. Because I know, like, if I were to try to log in now, it'd probably be like a 3,000 or 4,000 queue.
Oh, probably. Salt and darkness. Oh, okay, more birds, fine.
I see you open again.
I hate it when the NPCs won't target the mob you're targeting.
Yeah. I hate that they don't AoE.
Yeah, that too.
It's really dumb.
We've got to be getting close to the end now. Yeah, that looks like a... Oh, this looks like it, yeah. Winged Defiance, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Oh, I feel stupid. Of course Hermes would like the air aspected fucking monsters.
Yeah, I mean, they even specifically say he's really good at making birds.
Yeah. I feel stupid for not being like, oh yeah, it's Hermes, of course, duh.
Yeah, his whole deal is he's really good at making flying creatures, essentially. Making flying creations.
Okay. Rock mechanic. Yeah, this is. It was one or the other.
I like how the first mechanic, Emitsoke and Hypodeus goof up on one of the mechanics the first time. And then the second time, like, I got it now. Like, they actually kind of learned. There's a little bit of a cinematic to it, almost like you get a mini story about them. You interrupted.
Huh?
You had an interrupted when he was there.
I had an interruption?
Oh, he had an interruptible.
Oh. Quadruple. Fuck.
Yeah. Gonna be like a handful of safe spots. I think this goes in order, right?
Ah! No, you don't. I do really like the fight with Vana.
Yeah, that's a really good fight. I'm mad that she can weapon swap in the middle of a fight. I wish I could do that. That'd be fun.
You have to play Final Fantasy 11.
Or 15 again, I guess.
Okay, cutscene time. I assume this is when everything goes to shit.
Remember when I took like 30 minutes to watch a cutscene while you were all waiting? This is it. This is that cutscene.
It's over. In the name of the convocation,
I thought you've beaten the story.
I did, but this was a while ago. This was like a couple days ago.
Setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry, but that I could have listened to your report in full, reflected upon its meaning, conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course.
Dude has a very sharp nose.
Yes, he does.
And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity.
Here we go.
They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse.
This is how she becomes the final boss.
And devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things.
This is a very, like, Lovecraftian, like, situation.
It's a very Eldritch situation when you're suddenly looking at the scale and it's far beyond just the stars.
To gaze into the stars, wonder about life, only to discover that literally every other life in the universe is dead.
Yeah. Every single other civilization they found is long since dead or was in the process of dying.
Tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair.
I thought she was gonna, like, massively transform. She just got, like, she got desaturated.
She lost all color. Well, there's not just one of them, though.
I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful affairs, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe.
It's so weird that Zodiac got fucking sidelined like this. Dude, we built up for like fucking expansion after expansion. It's just like, no, 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 no.
You don't realize Zodiac is nothing compared to what's actually in the dark.
They reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
What? Why?
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it.
I don't know what sophistry means.
Perhaps it is.
Say
Perhaps
sophistry.
I'm wrong.
The use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving.
Hmm.
Trying to argue that I have benefited anyway from the disaster. Oh, just like that was it's just basically a false argument, or an argument found like based on fallacies.
In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's
So it's totally my fault the final days happened in the first place, isn't it?
For all intents and purposes, this would have happened no matter what you did.
I guess that's kind of true. Because he
Because
would
no
have
matter
gotten
what-
his report anyway.
Yeah, no matter what, Medion would have gotten her. Well, this Medion would have been reconnected with all the returning Medions at once. Gotten their reports, and then this would have essentially happened with or without you.
Provisions must be made to ensure
Well, there's going to be an important difference here.
awaken.
I do like that he has the Caduceus staff.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of fitting.
Oh shit!
Remember, yep, that's what this is. Oop, I'll be back. Phone call.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events. Replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was
Oh, so he still gets to become Fandaniel.
personality of Kairos, to Emmet Selk, and Hither Days. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain her existence, and all dissipated in a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it vary. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I'm back.
Hi.
I would have granted you the gentlest.
And yep, now you figure out why it's actually kind of important that you showed up here.
This ends here.
Kick his ass!
Lie, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes.
I can't get over how Emmett Silk looks like a Kingdom Hearts villain.
It really does.
I can't!
I mean, it makes sense though, honestly. If there's any, like, this makes perfect sense to me that this is what Emmett Silk looks like. He looks like he really has furrowed his brow for too damn long in life. It just does.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future.
Are you gonna teleport me out of here?
This fight is our fight.
That's when Simple and Clean will start playing.
Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else.
I have to go to the door of darkness.
You must flee this.
Next job, Keyblade Master.
I will see that you do.
I can't wait till we find out that Mickey was just a creation.
He was an Asian.
There you are, my little confluence.
Space Dog, go!
Space Dog, go! Yeah, this is where you find out this is where Argo comes from too.
Well, you see him at the start of the zone.
Well, you do, but I mean, it's just in this zone is what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, you find out that Argo is a creation of Banat ever since this. It's way back when.
Also, we created a time paradox with him.
Kind of. It's one timeline, so it's not really a time paradox. Because when you meet him in the future, that's the same Argo from the past that's already met you. That's why he likes you when you first
Yeah,
meet
but
him.
he
That's
likes
boom.
you in the past where we first meet him. But so we have to go back to the. We meet him in the present first. Then we have to go back to the past to get him to like us in the first place.
Yeah, but like that's still like a loop. That's fine because he doesn't like you at first. He doesn't like you when you meet him here. He's kind of like, you have to prove yourself by fighting Banat, if you remember. That's part of why you're fighting Banat, is because like that way Argo will be willing to ride you. Also because Banat probably did want to duel you. Like that was probably just a lot of Banat wanted to fight for funsies.
No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
We never established how I'm gonna get back.
Don't worry about it. It's not a spoiler. The idea is you can kind of retrace your steps. There's like a portal back, essentially.
You're a dick. Fuck off. Ugh. I pulled a moon burrito for you. Be thankful, you fucking dick.
Hypnodeus is a nice guy. Or a nice person.
I don't know why I said that honestly.
Hypnodeus has been nothing but nice to you.
Huh?
Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping we would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
Oh my god.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've
I really like this gambit, but also it's funny how long it takes for them to explain the gambit.
Meanwhile,
In the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every asset.
Dog.
I'll go.
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path.
I'll see you in 12,000 plus years when I kick your ass.
If it must be said,
I think it's even longer than that.
do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
We already had this conversation. I already said I would remember you.
Well, it's more of a squander the choice or the chance.
No, I know. It's just like he's having yet another final conversation with us. Whoa, that was fucked up.
Yeah, it was.
I'm going to assume we never meet the current Azim.
No. You never meet the current.
I assume they.
I don't know why. I assume because it's supposed to be you.
Yeah. So my assumption is that.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no. Okay, so my initial assumption was that they couldn't do it because then they would have to have all this thing in place to have it copy your character or whatever. But no,
Right.
They already did that before with Dark Knight.
That's true. I think the idea really is just. Well, also they would have to take if you weren't a cat, if you weren't a human, they would have to take if
That's
you're a cat
true.
or
That's true.
They couldn't really do that.
They couldn't really do it, yeah, because I wouldn't be a Rogadane.
That they can't do that. I think is the big reason why.
Yeah.
Also, it's pretty explicit that you are the shattered soul of Azim. So you're enough of a fragment that people can recognize you, but you're not quite them either.
For half a second, when they established that Vanab was Azim, I was like, oh fuck, am I a shattered version of God?
Yeah, if you thought you were... But no, Vanat is technically not a convocation member. She's
not anymore.
Yeah, she used to be, which I think is a good important part, is how much she basically is like you as a result.
Learning that she was such a fucking badass in the past is when I learned my mom used to be a biker chick.
It's really crazy how cool Venat is in the past. Just immediately she's just oh wow, you're cool. I believe you wholeheartedly. Without even questioning it really, she's kinda yeah, I'm on board.
It's because she senses her own magic in you.
Yeah. Or some of Azim, and the current Azim.
Oh cool, she put a tracker that I'm going to be able to take advantage of 12,000 plus years later.
That's the idea, she does have the tracker on her.
But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
So what now?
Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
That dog has seen shit.
Given the likely state of their memories, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly.
What I really like about Argo is the first time you met him, it's it's been forever since he'd seen you. That's why he's so happy.
It's a very Sif moment.
Yeah.
But may I trouble you one last time?
I guess.
Pooch is happy.
I don't think I can do that.
Now,
It's like a familiar.
close your eyes.
I will become dog.
Become as Pooch.
We can share the consciousness of space dog. Yes, hello, Esk.
Hello.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kyros's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
So,
What questions
I don't
do you
know.
have?
I don't understand Hermes' motivation. Like, I get that, like, out of everyone, in this era, like, he's the one who takes, like, death and shit the hardest, and all that jazz, and, like, he doesn't like the mishandling of the creations and all that. Like, I get that, but how do we jump from that to, okay, let's just kill everybody?
I think it's not quite as that, but his reasoning is flawed, and it's really that he heard Medion's report, and I don't think you see it, but like the response really is that his heart was probably shattered in that moment to learn that all of life means nothing and there is no happiness in the universe, that everything is fleeting, and his thought is that if humanity is worth living, it has to then it must prove it by dealing with this trial.
Yeah.
It's his idea. Like, if it can defeat the final days, humanity is worth continuing on.
So really, he just sees the final days as like
it's like the
a
scales
challenge
to balance the world. Yeah, it's like the challenge or a trial for humanity to conquer.
Like,
if it can do that, then it's worth living.
Yeah, like in his eyes, if we can survive the final days, then yeah, we're worth staying alive.
Yeah. And you kind of get more of that as you go on, and there's going to be an interesting thing you realize, I guess, about Hermes coming up, I think. I think you'll notice it really in the next dungeon. Yeah, talking about you like you were never really there, practically.
I mean, every Ascian calls me an it. I'm used to it at this point.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amaranth. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects.
On some way, I don't 100%. Like, I can still understand where Hermes is coming from, and it's still really tragic that in a lot of ways he has an important point about how they basically treated creations
like nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, like life was theirs to mess with and do with what they pleased. And like Hermes clearly had a lot more empathy than most of the other. I think they start calling them ancients at some point. That's a pretty apt term, I think.
As you see fit.
Instead of Amaradians, because Amarat's just one city. When
No,
they're like an entire peoples.
So wait, is Ascian an adopted name then?
Ascian is an adopted name. It's what other people started calling them, I think, at some point, and they kind of just took to it. You kind of learn that they're just called ancients at some point. That's the sort of title they settle on for them as a people. Because Amarat's just one city. I think it's a capital city, but it is just one city. And as you've seen from here, there's probably a lot of different cities.
His
and the idea
eyes
that
are so fucking yellow.
all of their eyes are incredibly bright, which I think is part of like kind of hinting how much aether they have by comparison.
Yeah, just how much like aether is in there. Yeah. Meanwhile, I have dull fucking yellow eyes in comparison.
Let us
Yeah, 12,000 plus years.
How is it? Like I didn't know about the like full time scale, but I think it's really important, worth noting. It's probably been eons because the impression you get is time kind of passes like nothing to these people, and they don't really mention it very well. But Hermes sent all those other Meteons out a long time ago.
Well, maybe between this point and the actual final days and the sundering and all of that jazz, it is eons. But I know from reading up on my sources that from the sundering to the game,
it's like 12,000.
It's 12,000 plus years.
What I mean is it's been it's been eons, but because how much time has happened before this? Because specifically, Meteon, all that whole swarm of Meteons was sent a very long time ago.
Yeah.
A very long, like, where they've actually had the time to travel to hundreds of stars.
Yes,
all of them.
Yeah.
So there's like, that's a huge time scale that isn't immediately obvious, I feel.
Oh, that's right, I have to read these. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more, I forget how they pronounce this. Entelechies? Entelechies. He poured much...
H is silent.
Yeah. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that. He had never acknowledged... Had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then Meteor would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel.
Yeah.
Finally, I can fly.
He eventually does become Fandaniel.
Yeah, once he popped up the Kairos thing, I was like, oh, that's how he gets to become Fandaniel.
Yeah. Yeah. There's another thing I want to mention about the Seed of Fandaniel, but I feel like I should wait a little bit more.
And we'll get to learn about more La Habrea with the raid.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Because it's Pandemonium.
Yep. Quella, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains of our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more, and I will see you to the doors of Propylaeon.
Propylaeon, yeah, I think it's Propylaeon.
She keeps using the words hear, think, feel, and all that jazz.
Just like, yeah, you remember those lines?
She keeps,
but it's
wink, wink. They're like sprinkling them throughout her dialogue, and I keep seeing them, and it's just like, oh, you son of a bitch.
They keep doing walk free as well, which I think is really funny to me.
Yeah.
I do really like, I get a kick out of that.
Also, I like how they established that Vana and Hylan are two separate entities that, like...
Kind of, and in the same way that,
Elidibus
is actually still Zodiark. So when Elidibus dies, Zodiark is aimless, is the thing.
Yeah.
When you defeat him as the first warrior of light thing, like that's it. That kind of, now when he gets revived by Fandaniel, it's easy for Fandaniel to just grab him and take control of him.
Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes were playing secret. Here we fucking go. Jesus fucking Christ. Alright, everyone grab your popcorn. Here we go.
I still feel like there's so much about this zone that adds so much to the setting that just is really
It's fucking wild.
It's really fun to just dig into, which will be fun to talk about more when you have a moment, I guess.
This is like going back in time and hanging out with God.
Essentially, because yeah, Hydaelyn is the only equivalent you have to God at this point.
Yeah.
And it's really fascinating to go back and find out this is who she was beforehand. You get to see what she was, what her role was, and a little bit more about what Azim's role was, which the way they painted basically was that she was an adventurer.
Yeah,
like you,
it's an adventurer role.
which is really fascinating. And I think with this
So
expansion,
does that make me the patron saint of adventuring?
I feel like Heidelin is the patron saint of adventuring, kind of.
Yeah.
But like, I guess you would really be the closest thing.
Yeah.
You would be like a living saint of adventure.
Yeah.
I think it's like is the equivalent.
There's gonna be a fucking vocal version of this track, and I'm gonna cry when it plays.
I like this. The first option is the only option, I feel, but there's definitely a part that just wants to help.
Yeah, the second option is just gonna lead to "but thou must."
But thou must, and you know, there's no. Even you are like, I feel like as a character probably knows you can't.
Adventure Pope.
Adventure Pope.
I also feel like, like, maybe I'm just over analyzing because I'm in like lore brain mode or whatever. But like,
yeah.
I genuinely feel like the 14 team is trying to radicalize people. There's so much fucking allegory in this game, and they're just like, hey, do something. The world
like
is the world's dying, please just do something.
I feel like a lot of it's more just this entire expansion is nihilism, and why you should fight it is essentially what its entire message feels like. Nihilism is addictive and very corruptive in its own way, and something that most people are going to deal with at some point in their lives.
We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done.
Don't forget to make the Loporits.
In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge.
And then it did.
Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our...
It must be so fucking depressing to know that there is no life in the universe anymore.
It is. I feel like this is an important thing because when they first, both Shadowbringers and Endwalker did a really good job of recontextualizing setting history that you were pretty sure about. Like when we first come upon the idea of the Amarat and the Ancients, you're kind of almost fed this concept, this idea that they are the first peoples ever. They were the original life forms.
Yeah.
This was the pinnacle of existence until they were shattered into 14.
Hell, it wasn't even until like, because we didn't know shit about the Ascians until like,
yeah,
Shadowbringers, and up until that point,
that's what I mean. Yeah,
everybody was.
Up until then, you're like,
everyone was just like, oh, it's the Alligans. The Alligans were the biggest important ancient people.
Exactly, and then you really find out the Ascians actually, or more correctly known as like the Ancients, were essentially the original people. It's just sort of how it was put forth. They made things. They essentially created all of existence, and everything is its plaything. It was their plaything until the final days came, which they almost painted as if the final days were just they were meant to happen because like it was a force of nature rather than something that was brought upon them.
Can I?
And then Endwalker takes that. Oh, sorry.
No, go on. You're finishing a thought. Go on.
Okay. Endwalker takes that and then also recontextualizes it again by letting you know not only were the Ancients not the only people that existed, they were just one of many, but also by this time, at this point when you're visiting, it's been eons and hundreds of other civilizations have risen and fallen, and there's nothing else in the universe but death and sadness.
Also, I would like to point out, this wasn't what I was going to say, but before I say that other thing, I would also like to point out that something that's been lingering in my brain since I started doing this zone is that the picture that Emmett Selk paints in Shadowbringers of this era just being like deathless and pure and happy and nothing wrong is so obviously skewed and false.
It's definitely, he's looking at that through rose-colored lenses of like, this was paradise for them. And for all intents and purposes, it kind of was.
For the most part, I mean, compared to like what the world is now, like, by comparison.
There still was not much death. Death was chosen by these people.
Death was chosen,
Yeah, you chose to embrace death once you felt you had given enough to the world, was the idea.
Yeah.
Like they were endless, forever living creatures. It was essentially a paradise, if not a perfect paradise.
Kind of.
And
Wait, have you seen Good Place all the way through?
yeah, God, I saw it all the way through. I think.
Okay,
before
okay,
you did.
okay.
Yeah.
Because when that conversation about like choosing to
Yes.
embrace death, I couldn't stop thinking about
Yeah.
the last season of The Good Place.
Yeah, God, that season was so
I
sad.
fucking lost it that whole season.
I really cried during that season a couple
Oh
times.
my god.
And that's where, like, you can really see where Hermes is coming from when he finds out, like, his friend is gonna essentially go and, like, embrace nothingness when he could do so much more, and that, like, broke his heart. And
Yeah.
I think that's probably also why he goes off the deep end.
Yeah,
'cause-
I feel like that's contributing a lot to it.
So, like, I feel like he's a really I think he's a well-written, tragic character. I like him.
I
as a
also
tragic-
would just like to say that I find it really fucking funny that the Alligans actually recreated the same kind of living environment. I mean, it was different by a lot of like details, but
yeah,
like
they still ended up like, oh, let's play
they
with
were still
life.
they were still essentially like near immortal civilizations with no war, no like everything was handled by not people. Like war was handled by automatons. All the dirty work was handled by machines and programs and automations and stuff like that. But like it was fucked up because of Emmett Selk giving like Amon memories of being Fandaniel, and Fandaniel just being like, "Oh fuck all this! I'm bringing back Zonde." And then Zonde comes back, who was during his time as the original ruler of the Allegan Empire was this fucking warmongering shit stain, and like yeah, it's because of him that Allegans achieved peace, but he was still a warmongering shit stain. And he comes back and he's like, "Why are people not fighting?" And it's because they have everything. Well, now they're bad and shitty. I'm gonna bring us back into an age of conquering, and that's what set Allegan Empire into like dismay.
A lot of it also, it's not just that he like wanted war. He ends up coming back and realizes life also means nothing.
Yeah, he realized life means nothing, and he saw the void, and fucking Cloud of Darkness is just constantly speaking to him the whole time.
Yeah, like you realize the entire like. This expansion message really is just nihilism and looking into the endless, like, eternity and how empty it all seems when you know that not only is your life going to end, but everything is going to end. And that's why, when you think about it, every single one of those Medions experience that, and there's like a couple hundred of them. And when that compacts all onto itself, that's why Medion just like immediately freaking crumples.
Yeah. I think at this point, maybe they'll answer it, I don't know. But it really seems like the more and more we learn about the Ancients and the Final Days and Zodiark and all that jazz, why was Hydaelyn summoned?
There's a really good... I feel like there's a reason for that. They do explain better. I think it's worth noting.
Right now, it seems really vague.
It is really vague, and you will get an answer, and it will make a lot of sense when you think about this zone again, and what they said in this zone. You will find out at pretty soon. The next zone is pretty fast, because you just go through the back end of Labyrinthos.
Is the next trial 89?
9. There's 89.
Okay.
And for all intents and purposes, there's the dungeon, then the trial, and both are pretty soon. I don't know if you will push, but if you do, I will be excited to see you do those, because they are...
Ooh, tonight? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's not too much from the next zone. Like I said, you just go through a little bit of Labyrinthos.
We'll see. I mean, I'm still pretty, like, active and awake, and I'm still rearing the... Like,
you're still pretty...
it's only been almost 7 hours.
This, like I said, though, this is, I think, a really high point and probably my favorite part of the expansion. Well, there's another. Actually, the last zone probably is, and I like the way that. Yeah.
I don't think I'll
ending is
finish.
amazing.
It's probably gonna be next stream, honestly.
Yeah, when you finish the game.
When I finish Endwalker, yeah.
Oh yeah, like there's a lot more to go. Even if the next zone is quick, like there's so much story in the last zone.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna take another like 9-hour stream.
Oh, it's a lot.
I'm also gonna be doing the role quest as well, so.
Okay. I didn't end up doing mine. It didn't seem like they added much to this expansion, so I kind of wasn't interested in them as much as I was last.
It must be really hard to justify them, honestly.
Yeah, from what I gathered, it really was just like, oh, you gotta go after these blasphemies. I'm like, okay,
okay.
I get it, but also I'm not that like it's not as exciting as what's going on here. Look at this.
Meanwhile, I'm back in the past.
I'm back in the past. I'm fighting the seat of the ancients and the two gods that has existed and controlled this world and all the for 14 whatever thousand years.
So too will I, as will all.
We're back.
Resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found
God, we are still in the beginning of this cutscene because we've just been talking about lore.
Okay, I think I'm back for a moment. We'll see what happens.
Whoa! Back to the pseudo present. Because
this
it
will
is
be the actual present.
Well,
actually, you're gonna get an important.
Wait, am I going back to the first or the source?
To the first.
Okay, so yeah,
But
pseudo present.
You're not going directly there, I guess is what I would say.
Okay.
Or not without a little pit stop.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandana.
Well, that was weird. Ah! Gonna take a little space-time detour or something. Yeah. Well, here we go.
Right into it. Go crash right into that crystal.
I was wondering when this scene was gonna play. It was in the launch trailer.
Right.
Oh fuck! Answers. Ah.
Turn this up.
Turn this shit up.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
Ugh. Don't just walk. Come on. Look, I know your whole thing is walk free and all, but like, this is not the time.
Listen, she's walking free every time.
At the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation.
So, Hythlodeus was sundered, right?
Hythlodeus was not sundered.
It is
I thought there was only 3, which was Lahabrea, Elidibus, and Emmett Selk.
Or rather, Hippodeus is going to sacrifice themselves right now.
Oh, yeah, because he was going to join Zodiark. Oh, yeah.
There's this really sad moment where you see this Emmett Selk kind of coming to terms with that.
I wonder if they got the name Zodiark from me by accident. Whoops.
That's the important point to note, is that Zodiark just covered the entire planet with Aether as a shield.
Huh.
Removing Zodiark removes that shield.
Yeah. Whoops. We just disabled the firewall.
To be fair, Fandania would have done it even if you hadn't.
We turned off NordVPN.
You shouldn't have done it. You should have kept on Windows Firewall. This is what happens.
We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable.
This is your fault.
A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many,
He still doesn't know that it's his fault.
memories of joyful days.
Allow me to remind him in the future. Hey, I know that room. It's where you fight the giant chicken.
The bell ringer, bell weaver, one of those two.
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things.
Yeah, you know, they're calling them ancients here, and this I think where they started.
Reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
There's the trailer line.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and...
Oh god, they mixed answers with the fucking fucking organ version from Phoenix Fight.
It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
Hey, the other trailer line.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time.
When you realize that they were just one budding civilization at this point in time.
To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
I don't know, I'm kind of digging the Zodiark plan.
Yeah, they basically turn around. No, we're gonna go pray to Zodiark instead.
Oh god, I was right.
They're like, no.
Boundless faith. We bid you. Hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives and deliver unto us
Low poly Amartine.
we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old. The days when the star was a font of love and we knew naught but bliss.
I'm gonna stab him.
Someone a sword. I heard a sword.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before.
Are Hades and Hermes Greek or Roman? They're Greek, right?
My meaning
Greek, yeah.
and
Okay.
my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back.
Roleplay moment.
From that temptation, I sunder us.
So she basically
More shall man
sundered Zodiark because
paradise.
she thinks that trying to reclaim the old world is just a form of stagnation and would rather just see time move forward and progress be made in a different way.
Partly. There's another reason. You might have pieced it together by now, but if you haven't, you will by the next dungeon.
Hey, that's an idea, but nah, we're gonna go plan to kill half the population. With plan kill half the population. Yeah. Answer still slaps.
When does it not?
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment.
I'm going to become a crystal now.
I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
Oh fuck, I accidentally made 1.0. Another fucking Rogadin killed for the plot. I see how it is.
Wait, which Rogadin?
There was just a no-name Rogadame lady right there on the ground dead. Yet another killed for your plot, Yoshi P.
Ever moving toward
Right there, look.
Oh my god. I mean, there's a dude dying there too. Hello.
they cry.
Hello?
Okay, good. Hey, Muni.
Hi, Muni.
Is it safe?
I'm
It-
watching cutscene.
Why?
Okay.
You finished the 87 zone, right, Muni? And you got that cutscene. Like, what part are you at now? Without, like, if you can, without spoiling, give me like a level range.
Yeah, like zone 5.
In the middle of it? Have you not finished it?
I'm done zone 5.
Yours is a never-ending.
Okay, you're done with 5.
Yeah.
You got the quest. You got the thing that was like a large amount of cutscenes will play in sequence.
Did you go back?
Oh shit! It's me.
Yeah.
Okay, then you can watch.
Your purpose.
Like, you're good. You can watch.
Because I'm watching the cutscenes that play in sequence.
Yeah.
She's covered in goop.
Yeah.
To find
Like,
the
this is
story
basically that moment when, like, Emmett Tuck sees you and then sees Venat.
Venat, yeah.
In Endwalker. I mean, Shadowbringers.
Shadowbringers. Ah, this was such a fucking good scene.
Yeah.
And I'm in the right gear too.
I'm thinking that this part is also kind of like mirrors like
deepest
your march towards MXL and her moving towards the future and her getting
Yeah.
weaker and weaker and weaker as the ages.
Yeah,
about.
that, like, darkness is, like, as the rejoinings happen, I think. And, like,
Oh, that would yeah.
though, I guess neither of you has really come upon the reason for why she sundered the world yet.
Not really. No, it's still kind of sort of vague.
Yeah, that's fair.
A conjunction has
Wow, that was a fucking trip.
an intertwining of your time and mine.
Yeah, that zone started out so nice and like, oh cool, all this stuff, and then it's like it takes a turn and it's like, whoa, what the fuck?
Like,
What is at
Jesus.
And
Oh
your
my
journey
God.
prepared you to surmount the insurmountable.
Yeah.
Surprised I haven't cried
you-
yet this expansion.
Shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age?
Where are my tears, Yoshi P? I want to monetize my tears.
There's a moment, I feel like, near the end of this where I kind of realized that, you know, you did all this, and Emmett Tuck doesn't remember that. Not
Yeah.
at all.
It sucked
like,
because
yeah,
this version of Emmett Silk was, he was an ass, but he was cool.
I
He
really
was a
like.
grump.
He's
I
a
really like
grump.
it. I love their characterization with Hyfladeus. I love it so much. They're such a great pair.
I forgot Xenos was in this plot.
Right? he's somewhere.
Why? Why? Like,
He'll be somewhere. Don't worry.
Warrior Light Chan.
There's Xenos everywhere, sister.
Xenos everywhere.
Like I mentioned that before. I don't know if Keith was around when I said that. It was like,
Yeah.
my first impression is like, he's now the Majima to the Warrior Light's Kiryu.
Well, that was fucked up. I can't wait to tell everybody about that.
I'm gonna tell you, and I don't like this part of the story. They're like, huh, that's interesting. Their response is like nothing.
What?
They're like, what the fuck? I was so mad. I was like, what the
I go
fuck?
back in time. I hang out with God. We fought.
We found out.
We had fisticuffs with fucking God, and your response is, "Oh, that was neat."
It's like, oh man, that's your wild. I guess we got to work toward that now. Like, I literally I found out every answer we had to the question about who the ancients were, and you guys are.
There is no longer a mystery to life. Quella, impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off. I heard you were off in the first as part of efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments. Oh, you had some developments.
Yeah, that's what I forgot. Like, they're like, oh man, some stuff happened while you were gone. I'm like, guys, really? Do you realize what I went through?
There's a benevolent circus at the edge of the universe that wants to snuff out all life. Oh yeah, well, guess what?
The Song of Oblivion from an infinity away that is ruining every planet in existence.
Tatar,
okay, you guys have some stuff to tell me now.
Tatar, hold my beer.
Yeah, really.
Which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. I feel like I've lived 6 lifetimes, honestly.
Right? I'm so mad you don't really get a chance to ruminate on this with them.
I just did something that made Zodiac seem like fucking nothing.
You found out that everything was a lie, almost. What the hell? Have you learned more of the... Yeah, you have.
Have you learned more of the final days? Yeah, I almost lived them. While you were away, we had a party. It was great. Now, what was your Oblivion thing? Yeah, really. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken... I was on the first for like 5 minutes.
It's apparently been a while. Like, I'm guessing, like, it's been a couple, like, 2 or 3 days or so.
I can't even imagine how. Like, I don't know. Time travel. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. I think I read that. The Scions are running themselves ragged, trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. I mean, you can't fight concepts. To try and ascertain where they are, where and why of it, Alizé and Alfino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus Among Us is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Asinian, and Graha took the detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, but still a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Ishtola and Master Matoya have been making concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin in the Ethereal Sea to no avail. Are we going to visit Matoya? As for
not quite.
As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambition... Is it the Lunar Whale? An ambitious project that is likely to have taken years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You also recall the proposal issued by Master Foshino to the people of Radza-Han. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. That teleporter can support like 5 people at a time. There's gonna be like 3,000 people in queue, just like this game.
At least, like, there's nothing stopping them from firing it over and over and over again.
I mean, yeah, but it's like 5 people get on, teleport. 5 people get on, teleport. And like, how many thousands of people are we trying to deliver to the fucking moon right now? Therefore, to secure safe patches for the Hanish, I keep wanting to call them Hanish refugees to the tower, Alfino, Alize, Istinia, and Graha traveled to the Galimal not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. I mean, that place was final weeks ago. Shortly after our friend's arrival, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Folshino. Then, panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital.
Someone got depressed in the capital, god damn it.
The others need you, Quella. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference, I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are.
Alright, I gotta go put my niece to bed. I'll be back.
Okay. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you'd best take every possible precaution. Oh, hey, yeah, can you fix my shit? Look at the cough drop. Jesus. Oh. Holy hell. Oh boy, combat section. Or it's roleplay section. Or both. Quella, and not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greeting short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I would have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss it later. I trust you are ready to depart. Cutscenes will play in sequence. Oh, fucking Christ, here we go. Earlier, on the Magna Glacius. Holy shit.
No. No. We were promised an escape. Not on the same route we fled.
Ah!
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
It's easy for you to say.
Come, we must build a line of defense.
to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Alfino, you look a little pale there.
I can handle this pair. You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Oh. Alfino roleplay time? Gotta be a healer now. Okay, what do we have? Diagnosis, prognosis, Levier diagnosis, Levier Draculae, dosis, Levier dosis, Levier toxicon. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Stinian, I need some help here. I don't like this setup for my keybinds on this fucking thing. Too many things to hit. Oh, son of a bitch. Nope, 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 nope. Calm the fuck down. Calm the fuck down. I wish not to have 7 buttons for NPC roleplay for a job that I already know how to play with my own keybinds.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Protect the refugees. Oh, that looks like something I have to fight. Hey, Stinian, do you want to heal? Oh, Levier diagnosis is the bear. Oh, God damn it. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, damn. Levier diagnosis. You're starting to get the hang of those things. Ah, turn around. Severe diagnosis. Oh, okay. Whew. I'm probably gonna have to play as other characters, but, you know, that is done, at least.
That was probably the roughest part.
Yeah, just because, like, even though I'm used to playing Sage, like, the NPC layout for abilities is confusing for me.
And you can't change it.
Yeah.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape! Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So...
I don't know what I should be commenting on. I don't know how far you are.
I'm past this part.
Oh, okay, okay. I was wondering when the Imperials would actually show up as, like, allies. It's gonna be really weird when post this expansion, the Garleans are gonna be just another city-state we visit.
Of that I've no doubt.
The gods of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
Was that Ishtola? Oh no, it was Grahatia. Okay.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Oh no, it was her using the LB3.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Sod that indeed. Well said, yeah.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices.
Graha, please use break.
Now, let's go.
Okay, I'm playing Alize. Oh boy, hang on, give me a sec, let me read these. For Flare combo, for Scorch combo, Crimson Savior, Contra Sixta, for Cure, Embolden, Vermilion Pledge. We've lost too many Graha with me. Alright, I don't know what to attack first, we're just gonna attack. Is there no way to break the chain of transformations? Oh, wow, that's a really fancy fucking ability. I don't think that's something red mages actually get, though. Save me! Ah! He did use break. That's so good. Watch out, Alize. This one's not like the rest. For Holy. Scorch. I knew I was gonna hit by that. See if I care. I won't back down.
Hi-oh.
Hi, I'm doing the roleplay part.
Yeah, this part's fun.
It is fun. I don't like how they allocated Alfino's spells on the hotbar, but... Hey Graha, can you tank this? I know you can tank. I've seen you do it. Oh.
Meteor.
Fuck. Well, there's a shadow of a giant rock if I ever saw one. Finally, I was wondering when they'd let me do it.
Vermilion Pledge. It's just resolution.
Look, for her, this is a limit break.
Yeah.
Also, mind you, it's a level 1 limit break.
Oh, that's true. That'd be cool if they did start flavoring the other limit breaks like that.
Yeah, I wish they would. No, it's feelings magic. We bring them back with the power of friendship.
It's emotions. That's it. It's the power of thinking good thoughts and vibing.
It's good vibes.
I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too.
Try chai. Yeah, really.
Oh, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still.
Why the fuck? Oh yeah, that's right. They're evacuating everybody here.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck did you all come here for?
Oh, you will be once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
That's when I win. Or do I just play Tank Rahatia or something? No, he did the trailer thing.
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Oh, I didn't expect that to kill it.
He's just that strong.
I can believe that. He's a 300-year-old cat boy.
With age, cat boys just get stronger. Like fine wine.
Catboy got so angry he summoned an untextured sword and shield. Hey, it's me. It's me, Goku.
I like this scene when it zoomed in on my 2B boots there.
I'm back.
I think I picked the last one.
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna pick that one.
It's a really good
It's
choice.
really good.
I did too, but it was kind of like.
Why are you joking now? It's like it's funny. Come on. Oh, Alice, hey.
Pat.
I pat on her head when I'm like only a foot taller than her on my
Yeah,
camera.
really. What? They let you return with a dramatic never skip leg day? Yeah.
14. Good
14.
writing.
Good writing. That reminds me of the joke in Stormblood where they're just like, I'm your Roland Berry.
Oh, it's good.
Oh my god, Graha.
He's so excited. Let him be. He's a good boy.
No, it's adorable.
It's adorable.
Now it's a real party. We got Frey here.
Frey, you're one real friend.
Yeah. The only person who really understands me.
Friggin' Evanescence song starts up.
Oh, it's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, pfft.
But there's another one.
This fucking thing, I look at this thing and I have fucking PTSD flashbacks.
Because of Omega, that was fun.
Oh my god, the fucking
actually,
the tank swapping
bullshit
I had to go through with that one.
I actually really like that fight. That fight was also
that fight reminds me
the
of
hardest
why,
one in that tier.
That fight reminds me why I hate Stormblood so much. Turn off your tank stance, it's more damage, even though aggro's way harder to fucking maintain. By the way, circle jerking.
Circle jerking was funny though. It's like the middle.
Oh, yeah, if it shrinks then it's the middle. Yoink. Oh, Alphino and Estinians are here. Okay.
Yeah, they popped in to fight when this thing showed up.
If you're the healer, do they expect you to do healing?
No, you still do. Well, I was on Red Mage and no one expected me to do anything but DPS.
No one expects a Red Mage to heal.
Like, even if I'm Red Mage though, I was still tanking, basically.
Oh.
Oh. Like, I still have the most aggro, because I'm still, like, out DPSing the hell out of everybody else.
Yeah, they're trusts.
They're trusts, they're not gonna do much damage. So, like, yeah, like, you're still being targeted when you're DPS. Same with healer, I imagine. You're not gonna be healing, per se.
Wave of loathing. I hate that they don't end up in my party list.
Yeah.
It makes it so fucking annoying for, like, support abilities, yeah.
Yeah.
God, if people... You know, I just realized, if people had the hots for M itself before, I can only imagine how much more of those people have the hots for him now.
Yeah.
And Hythlodaeus.
And Hythlodaeus, yeah.
Like, Hythlodaeus I can super see, too, though. Like, well, yeah. He's so nice.
Everyone is gay for Hythlodaeus.
Hythlodaeus is so nice. I love them.
That's what I say, like, the ancients roll, like, incredibly queer.
Like, Emmett
just like the real Greeks.
Totally, like, they were very much, like into each other. Though we never really get any indication that the ancients had relationships.
No,
like
no, there's one guy.
Oh, there was one guy? Okay.
Yeah, there's one guy who, like, when you go up to talk to the lady about, the...
Oh, that's right. Right.
Medions?
Like my partner's up
top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's probably seen as more of, like just a for fun thing for them, but, like...
Yeah. They're very scientifically minded, so it's kind of like...
Yeah.
They're philosophically and scientifically minded, first and foremost, so...
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
No, they'll leave us alone because we're centrists.
Hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable.
I'm surprised they didn't give him a unique haircut.
Yeah, it's really weird how much she looks normal, I guess, compared to Aliphanod and Alizé. He looks like just some elf dude.
He looks like somebody could have made him in the character creator, and probably can.
Yeah.
We would be fools to refuse.
I think they spent most of their time modeling Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk's ancient.
Yeah, really. Sculpting their perfect faces.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Does that make Fortuno John Final Fantasy 14? No. Because...
I like that to Ardbert, really.
Yeah. Take me down to Amarat City, where the girls are handsome, the guys are pretty.
Who said that?
Muni.
Oh, good job.
Fucking run!
Run, dude! That face always makes me laugh, I'm going to be honest. That, like, one Highlander face.
Reaper. Oh, there's he is.
Hiro-chan.
Quella-chan. Yeah, it's Xenos. Oh, I'm not surprised he's doing this. Come on, guys. Really?
You'll be alright. Hurry to the airship.
He's just trying to speed things along so we can get to our fight.
He's actually, it's not quite that in this case. I think he was just looking for you in this one.
Why have you come?
Funny how much of a loser Xenos has become.
This is like this is like in Disgaea 1 where they permanently changed that guy's name to Mid-Boss.
Yeah. That's basically it.
This is it. Someone's just like, oh yeah, Xenos is now gonna get the title of Viator because he's a traitor. And now he's just called Xenos Viator Galvez.
That's his name now.
Your name is now traitor. Yes, we get it. You want to fight.
You cannot still be on about a rematch.
Of course.
This
is all he wants. This is who he is.
I really like allies. He's just like, God's sakes.
Look, Xenos, I promise when this is over, we'll fight. All right. I hope you make it fun. Yes, we had this conversation on the moon.
Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
The whole world is dying right now. We can't do this.
We don't have time for this.
Help me speed things up.
I hone my blade, and I wait.
No, help me speed this up and we can fight. I want to fight.
That's it. That's all you care about.
Careful, Euless.
I think... So, it took me a while to realize... Oh, hang on.
Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone.
So, something I kind of realized recently, after, like, right before Endwalker came out, I did my research on, like, lore and shit, just to catch up on stuff, and...
Yeah.
Someone pointed out that, like, Garleans, like, when it came to, like, Garlean history, like, they survived because, like, physically speaking, even though they can't use magic, they're bigger, stronger, and tougher than a lot of the other races. Like, they can go, like...
Yeah.
In lore, and at least within Encyclopedia Eorzea,
yeah,
they are supposedly able to go like toe to toe with like Rogan, and I think what's going on like in game is that like Xenos and Varys are actually accurate representations of what Garleans are supposed to look like really tall and really strong, and that all these other Garleans, they just can't make unique models for every single Garlean, so they don't.
Yeah, I think that would probably be it, and it's a shame they didn't just like, I don't know, make a bigger human model or something for all of them, then like make it work out.
Or you're just like, because they're the royal family, they've got like Garlean steroids and
I mean that might be true.
Engineering and elegant technology.
That might be true too, but when you read it in the Encyclopedia Eorzea and then you look at Xenos and Varys and you're like, oh, okay, so they're just supposed to be like that, but they can't do that for every single one of them.
Argus makes a great point there. He's just like his dad, a fucking idiot.
Yeah. He's never cared about the country, man.
With our lives and minds intact, we're left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing. You slaughtered your countrymen. You did. For what?
A rematch.
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
He's a sociopath. If you expect empathy, you're not gonna get it.
It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
It's a really fucking hard lesson to learn. Yeah.
Would you be happier had I a good
This feels like a call out. This feels like the writer's making a call out. This really feels like the writer's just being like, would you honestly prefer it if Xenos just had a complex, hyper-motivated reason or something?
I think it's more talking about like jingoism and nationalism in the end here.
If so, then
Yeah, like had Basically, the point being, like, if he had, like, what he thought were good, like, motives, would that be okay for him to slaughter
Yeah.
and waste lives like that? Yeah, basically this point here.
Nations are a social construct.
Did you not know we live in a society?
God.
Societies are social constructs.
Was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you and you alone.
Zeno says only you can find meaning in life.
At least you can only find your meaning in life, not somebody else's.
Yeah.
Which I think is a weirdly important message, but one that he's not really taking very well to heart.
No, because he's a nihilist.
Yeah.
On the Garlean race, there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
He does have some point there. Mostly we make choices for reasons we don't understand, then post justify it with whatever makes sense. A lot of people do that, yeah. I do agree with that.
I always make perfect decisions, always.
I think if there's anything I've learned from working in customer service, it's that a lot of people aren't thinking about what they're doing. And then only in retrospect do they ever, like, find the logic.
Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
It feels pretty 50-50 whether or not he's going to live to see the end of the expansion. I don't think they're going to try and do a redemption arc with him. I feel like they very clearly have established that he's not going to be redeemed.
It doesn't look like he's looking for it either.
Yeah, he's not really looking for it either.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish.
Forgive me if I'm hesitant to trust a shitty dad.
Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald. We return to Charlian.
What? What's there for you? What?
An uproar. It is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Oh, I thought you meant like the city proper.
No, no.
I was gonna say there's fucking nobody left there.
We should be glad to facilitate, given our
I don't even know if there's still
Man.
temper people there.
There's probably like a handful.
If you would like to join as well, Ulysses, we can speak of recent events on the way.
By the way, Euless, I went to the past and I saw the ancients and...
No, we're not talking about that now. We know that's important for you, but we have other things to talk about instead.
You'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Watch your back, shit stain. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Why are we going to Spooky Castle? Oh, we're not.
We're not going to Spooky Castle. We're going to the camp.
Well, Spooky Castle is not in the direction of camp. It's right there. To see Xenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. Just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they don't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Probably. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
No major injuries then. Good.
God, so much fucking dialogue and voice dialogue in this expansion. Holy shit.
I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support is invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives.
Yes, Alfie, no.
Though not all,
Oh, there we
I
go.
regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Fortuno was very tan. Then again, Charlene is a coastal city, so I shouldn't be that surprised.
That's true. Had a lot of time to just chill on the beach.
Uh-huh.
I was beginning to suspect as much.
I wonder how hot it is in Charlene. They're pretty far north, though.
They are, but it is a coastal city, so those are often cooler on average.
But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak.
Surprised there's anybody left.
Once the airships have taken
Apparently
the
a decent amount of
skies, I
people.
pray your men can be persuaded to join it.
Like, at this point, like, how many Garleans are even left?
I imagine not a whole lot.
They're like an endangered species at this point.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Euless is experiencing emotions that WoW players felt joining Final Fantasy XIV. Is this kindness? Are people being nice to me?
Sobs all the copium out of their body.
So we shall. It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno.
Please, Master Fulchino was my father.
Services rendered.
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
I mean, the moon plan is our backup plan. We kind of need it to be working.
Yeah.
Any other, I would doubt. You, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor.
It does. You have my thanks. Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First.
Well, this first story is not going to be very long. Graha, I went into the past and I saw the ancients. Oh! Ear perk.
Oh, this bit.
Hear something just now.
What?
Funny.
Funny! Oh no. Oh no. I think I know what this means. Oh, no, never mind. I don't know what this means. This is the most menacing pudding I've ever seen.
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
What are you guys not doing on the moon? Oh my god, pudding way.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Aren't you supposed to be on the moon?
Bring warmth and comfort. Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health. More suitable garments.
I had to look cool, though. Moon Burrito would be laughing at you. We're working on it! Oh my god, first from Fayeul, now you. God, the bunnies are so good. They're so good.
I love the bunnies.
I need a life-size plush of them. I might honestly commission somebody to do this.
They're really great.
Point me in the direction of someone who will do this.
Pudding.
As I was saying,
something of more active preservation. Speaking to Orianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
If Urianger is like freezing here, does that mean that it's warmer on the moon than Garlemald?
I mean, they have atmosphere controls on the moon.
Forgive me.
Oh, that's right. He doesn't realize. I forgot. He has never seen them.
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Hydelin's right paw. That last bit is very important.
Oh God.
Freaking Livingway.
Livingway, oh my god.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
I can't believe this is my life right now. I studied for years to get into the Forum.
I find out we've been collaborating with these beings on the moon from Hydaelyn, and then we find out that they're just little bunnies. God, there are no like Taru like Forum member or Tarum Charlians, are there? Like besides Trials,
I think I saw one. I think I saw one like, Lullafell.
Oh, okay.
On the Forum.
I feel like they're really rare there.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing a lot of Lullafell there at all.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I don't see very many Lullafell there at all.
Which is weird considering that the Lullafell have a history of like Amdapori, the Mock, and Nimian scholars.
That's true. But I think a lot of those people freaking died out. Really
yeah, that's
bad.
true.
Like, they all just crashed and burned.
That's true. That's true. I mean, between Mock fucking everything up by, like, plaguing fucking the Nimians by turning them into Tomberries, and then destroying Amdapor with Void Scent, and then destroying themselves with Void Scent. Yeah.
They seem to be pretty self-destructive whenever they use magics.
Yeah, it's like this point, like, in world, like, I guess Lullafells probably just have, like, a reputation.
Uh-huh. Then again, like, all of them are, like, in Ul'dah, counting their coin, so...
Yeah.
Why have magic when you can have monetary value?
I feel like Mikote are kind of prevalent everywhere enough that they're almost like second humans in terms of like, yeah, they're everywhere.
Yeah, because they're exiles.
Like, yeah, they're everywhere. Not in a lot of number, but they're just about everywhere.
I don't remember what calamity it was. There was the ice calamity where, I think it was the 5th Umbral calamity, where the world was hit with a shit ton of ice. And you know that theory that people have where people cross from Russia to America?
Oh, it's like that.
Yeah, it's like that for the Mikote.
Ah. Nice.
I don't know if we've proved that ice bridge thing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have. I think there's like a lot of decent evidence.
I think there's enough evidence to point to it, but I don't know for certain. So
it wasn't a literal bridge of ice. It was just so much of the water was locked up in ice at the time that it was just dry ground there.
Right.
Gotcha. Yeah. But same idea, basically, from Mikote.
Right. Bunnies!
Bunnies!
So wherever they line up, it's great.
God, if they made them a playable race, I'd Fantasia instantly.
See, like, these kind of the way the naming ways came out is kind of how that early Vieira artwork came out.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I wish they had done in the first place. That would have been great.
I dare say Masterful Chanel was as nonplussed as we are to learn the identity of Hydaelyn's...
Speak for yourself, Urianger. I loved them the second I saw them.
Hydaelyn's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith?
They're freaking adorable.
We may yet have time to discuss thy recent adventures, ere we are summoned to the rostra.
Oh, right. You had a lot of stuff happen. It's kind of the moment again.
Yeah.
They're just... So what happened to you, Quella? What happened to
Well,
you,
I went to the first for 5 minutes, and then I went to the past. For 12,000 years.
I did like that first-person cutscene a bit. On the first.
Oh, on the first? Yeah, that was good. I like that you can repeat the line.
Which line?
The Feaul line to Feaul.
Oh yeah, she gets so excited.
She's like, "Oh, you really missed me, huh? Well, next time you have to say it even twice as passionate."
that I don't want to say mechanic. That storytelling bit comes back.
Yeah, I think they.
Time you beat... Yeah.
They've been using it all through the expansion, though.
Have they? I thought that was the only time you really. Well, I mean, specifically where you're gonna stand in place and look around for a bit.
Yeah.
In first person.
I think
people will approach
they do that when you go to the past. I think. Oh man.
Feeling it?
Kinda, sorta.
You feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs? Not that I'm complaining, Urianger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Atheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loperites a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kral tells us you have obtained knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Aetherial Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, and so I'd rather hear them first. To what revelations did Hyland's Elpis flower lead? Well, the power of friendship is real.
Literally. It's very literally limit breaking. They do make that a point.
Yeah, limit breaking is canon.
Limit breaking is Dynamis.
Then this Dynamis is what drives the final days. And if it... I forget how they pronounce it.
Akasha.
Akasha.
There's an H.
Yeah. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all but proves Nidhana's theory. Can we just call it Dynamis from now on? I can't pronounce the other word.
Oh, sorry. It's Akasha, not
Akasha.
That was it, Akasha.
We're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of Aether. But if our star is so replete with Aether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Metion. That's it, right? Metion?
Medion.
Medion. I can't fucking pronounce his goddamn name.
Just think meet Eon, like Eon.
Yeah. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Atheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Metion. You make it sound so simple, but you are not wrong. Vanquish Metion, and we deliver the world from the final days, but to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Metion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vana, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that Hyland and the Vana that you met in Elpsis are but one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hyland possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Atheris, not stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? No, but she's still out there.
Yeah.
And she's just gonna follow us anyway.
It's worth noting, Meteon is singing the Song of Oblivion to everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere in existence.
You can't really run from it.
Yeah.
Aye, though not for lack of trying on Hydaelyn's part. Surely that's why she used me as a conduit for her will, and provides clues such as Elpsis flower. I believe she's been waiting. Excuse me, sorry. For mankind's answer to Hermes' question. What, by living is...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is life worth living, essentially.
So what is the second condition?
Getting there.
We must find a way to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she hath made her nest. Blah.
I know you kind of struggled on that one. Huh? Wheresoever is a kind of where word.
Yeah. It's an old word.
Yeah.
Then communing with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Arenvald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely come from the form of apparatus or observing the Ethereal Sea built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, but we just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Ah, yes, the Reapers.
If these things were real, would they have not been here already?
Yeah, really. Commander Warrior of Light. Commander of Light. What was Shepard but a Commander of Light?
A miserable pile of relationships.
Oh my god.
Session, because I'm supposed to be there.
The Forum is in session, and as such, the Rostra has closed the visitors. I am the session. A scion of the Seventh Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition that you leave your armaments at the door, lest you forget the sacred institution holds rational discourse. Excuse me. Rational discourse in the highest, and implements of war are expressly forbidden. Okay, well, let me just, there it goes. It's not there. Where'd it go? Whoa! Sucker.
You still have to turn it in.
Boo! Hey, lookout point.
Ooh.
Oh, all caps.
Like up in caps. I mean, it still would have worked.
I don't think emotes work when you have it in all caps.
Really?
It hasn't worked for me.
It's weird. Okay. Why'd you pull your sword out?
I don't know. Force a habit.
Time to fight in this sacred institution.
Marketplace of ideas, more like the battleground of ideas.
doors swing really fast.
What if I just wore my Asian outfit to this meeting?
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Yes.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
What's that beeping sound?
By your leave.
It's, I have a ping notification for FC chat.
Oh, okay. That's what that is.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I was like, it kept coming up. I was like, what is that? Is it on my end?
No, it's me.
Am I going crazy?
I'm really bad at paying attention to chat under normal circumstances, so I need these pings.
Ah, I see, I see.
I don't know if you missed it, but earlier in the FC chat, there were like someone's like, I just found someone whose character's name is Alec Baldwin, and their title is The Shot Heard Round the World.
Oh my god. I don't think I'm part of DGKK anymore. So I wouldn't have seen that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Thank you, everyone.
I know Kirby still is. Because Kirby's got invite permissions for DJKK.
Hmm.
I think I do too for some reason.
Ad hoc session, are we gonna play Monster Hunter Freedom Unite?
Purpose of today's assembly is to brief the scions of the Seventh Door.
Purpose of today's assembly is to defeat Rathalos for a Rathalos scale. Forum member Jeff still needs 10 Rathalos scales to complete his armor set.
On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Ratzan.
Just those actions? We're not going to commemorate literally everything I've done?
The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly.
What's wrong with your tie? You're supposed to put it under the collar.
He was too much in a hurry.
Crowd, take your hood off.
The Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose Charlian has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin.
Oh my god, this situation... You know what this situation is reminding me of? This is a weird comparison to make, and I didn't think I'd ever make a comparison like this. But this whole, like, Meteon situation is reminding me so fucking much of, like... What's-her-face and Profound Darkness. Claire's Craze II, whose real name I forget.
Oh.
Begins with an M.
Matoy, right?
Matoy, that's it. Yeah. This is a very Profound Darkness situation.
Though I actually like Meteon.
Yeah, yeah. The first
Meteon is likable.
I saw her and I was like, oh my god, Don is obsessed with this character, isn't he?
Oh no, I
oh
like
no?
Meteon. I'm not obsessed. I like her. She's a good character.
I
like my character more.
I'm
happy with.
I
my
just
character.
figured she was your type. I don't know, petite girl, blue.
She is a lot of those things, but like the way they contextualize her, she kind of comes off like very childlike.
Oh,
So
well,
like,
yeah, that's fair.
she's just cute. I like her a lot. She's a good character. I like where her story goes. It's really interesting. My favorite, like, I feel like I'm trying to think. Graha might be still my favorite character that I can think of right now, and like
He's
and
very
Vanat.
good. He's very good.
Graha, oh god, the way they did Vanat was so great.
Vanat is really good.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes then.
I'm trying to keep a lookout for any Lalafell, because I'm pretty sure I saw a Lalafell form member.
Yeah, that would be great because then you couldn't see them over the chair though, or over the desk.
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn.
So not Garlands.
Oh, shoot, I missed that line. What was it?
He was talking about. So Ishtola asked him, "How are you deciding who gets left behind?" And he basically vague answers her with like, "We're trying to avoid conflict."
Yeah.
Are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
Is that a Lalafell? I can't tell. Is that a Lalafell? I can't tell.
There's one. There's one in the back. Yeah.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This arc, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today.
Lala spotting at the forum. Yeah.
However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated.
Yeah, it does that.
At present, the ship is
They're called the final days, not the final months.
to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
Why don't we just mass produce the teleporter inside Garlemald?
Probably takes too long to figure it out. Though that is a fair idea, I think.
Wait, no, hang on, wait. At the beginning of this expansion, we teleported with the boys to go to Thavnir, even though I hadn't attuned there. Why? And there's a crystal up there on the fucking moon. Why don't we just do that?
You need a special crystal on both ends.
Fuck!
If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Heidelin.
It was simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient.
I honestly forgot that the anti-tower was plot relevant.
Yes.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your ark.
We're going to fight the final boss. Space is haunted.
At liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino.
We're just looking at this guy like, man, just shut up.
We couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware
I feel like we've solved more complex problems than engine issues.
Well, this is an engine they've been working on for maybe hundreds of years.
When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
Realize Montaigne here has he has a very interesting, unique defined face, and again, they didn't do one for the Alice and Aphrodite's father.
He has more unique features than their fucking dad.
Yeah, wait a minute, I just realized.
Gosetsu is more unique than their dad. And he's supposed to be a Rokugan.
I don't think I've seen this guy's face anywhere either.
I thought that guy that was sitting there was Garlean for a second, but he had a headband thingy.
Oh, okay.
It's just it's a small chain with a little diamond thing over where the Garlean eye would be. So.
Oh yeah.
I thought he had the Garlean eye, so.
In favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project,
I am so mad right now. I'm being embarrassed by my fucking son.
In front of 99 other people.
98. He's the 99th.
Well, there's also the Scion, I guess, so it's a bit over 99.
I can't believe I got owned.
I'm not owned. I'm not owned.
How did they manage to get an impassive but internally seething face out of an MMO engine? Resting bitch face indeed. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was, admittedly, thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require a means of communicating with Hydaelyn and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves in the completion of the arc a way forward to move both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Aether Burner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. What about Ironworks? Get Sid on this shit. He probably would love it. Get Nero on this shit. He'll probably do it better. It might behoove us to learn how an Aether Burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though.
I'm gonna spoil you right now. It sounds like it does exactly what it sounds like it does.
It burns Aether?
It burns Aether to make things go fast. That's what they tell you later. It's just literally that.
Yeah. Look at this fucking bunny boy who looks like he's trying to cosplay Omega M.
Wow, no kidding.
As instructed, I shall take you to see the Aether Burner. Meet me outside the Arcane. I trust you can make your way there. So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking?
I know. Part of me still laments that Omega M and F didn't survive.
Yeah, kind of.
Part of me would have really liked to have seen them, grow instead of just end there. Because it looked like they were coming upon something interesting by the end.
I don't think they had the forethought to be like, oh, they would actually be relevant in this expansion.
Yeah. Yeah, they would. If anything, all the way stuff is written makes me think not much, I don't know for sure, but a lot of the way they recontextualize stuff makes me think that a lot of Endwalker wasn't really written before they started working on Versailles.
Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archaeon's lift. Step inside and have Opheline take you to the medial circuit. Oh, we finally get to do the second half of the zone.
Yeah.
I forgot I had to do the second half of the zone.
This is the last section before the final zone. Well, the final dungeon.
What
Wait, is it
level?
the final dungeon? No, it's not the final dungeon. It's
I'll
the
be
next
hitting
dungeon.
89 in less than half a level.
Yeah, like you do the 89 dungeon, the 89 trial, then you get to go
When
to
do
the
I get my
last zone.
gear?
Oh, once you're at 89.
Oh.
There's gonna be, after you do this and you do the 89 trial and dungeon and trial, then you have a moment of respite, and then you can go get. They'll be like, "Oh, we made you something," and then you can pick your gear up.
Once I get my gear, then I'm gonna start doing role quests.
Okay.
You wish to use the lift, yes? Actually, I'll probably wait till like. Wait, are you gonna hit like the last story thing by the time I hit 90? Or is it gonna be like Shadowbringers where there's like a couple missions before we get to the important shit?
Wait, what do you mean, sorry?
So in Shadowbringers, you couldn't get your gear until you hit 80 and did the role quests. Like, obviously, role quests are not mandatory this time.
Yeah.
I know that. But is it going to be, pacing-wise, is it going to be like Shadowbringers where, like, I'm going to hit 90 and there's still going to be, like, a bunch of quests left before the final dungeon and trial?
A little bit. I think I hit 90 a little bit before finishing.
Okay.
So it's not too much.
Because I kind of just want to do all the role quests in one go.
Right. I'm gonna assume there's not like an overarching one. Well, there might be, but I don't think it's gonna feel as story impactful as it did in Endwalker. Or sorry, in Shadowbringers. Like Shadowbringers 1 had a really important after thing going on.
Yeah, the job quests in Shadowbringers are so fucking good. Holy shit. And the post-job quest ones. Ah, did you do those?
Yeah, I think I did those. Yeah, those were nice.
All of them?
Maybe not all of them. No, I thought there was only the big one.
There's stuff with Una Calhai. Did you do that?
Oh no, I haven't. That's interesting then.
Have you sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha?
Logisticon
Alpha.
I just like that name, Logisticon Alpha. It sounds very.
It sounds like a '90s military game.
It does.
On the other side of Merrill Ergonomics.
Mariel, I think.
Oh, is it Mariel? Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to the matter at hand. I don't know, man. This ain't really the time to be waiting. Oh my god, there's still so much of this zone I haven't done.
A big chunk of it is not something you can quote-unquote do, per se, so don't worry.
I'm gonna grab this Aetherite. Oh.
Yeah, you can't... You gotta follow the quest thing to get down there.
West. West is the other direction.
It's down there.
Yeah. You know, I'll just wait. I'll just wait. And then just do them all at once.
Oh, okay.
Like I did in Thavnir.
Yeah. Oh, how did you like the Thavnir section?
It was pretty good.
I wasn't there to watch it.
I'm trying to think. I feel like there was something about it that did bug me a little bit. I don't know. I think it just felt like a little bit longer than it needed to be.
But the elephant guy, he was such a good guy. I liked him. He's a good boy.
Matsuya's great. I like him.
Matsuya's great. That's his baby now. He will protect her with his life.
People regale her with the time she almost turned into a void monster.
Turned into a baby void monster.
Oh, that's a player.
Alfino.
Alfino. We are to wait here while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, where the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they are able to create an ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Why, Father brought me here as a child. What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds were made, and he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loperids in recreating a similar environment, I come to view such processes in a new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiarch, the habitations built for all mankind, neath the moon's surface, each unique yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the great exodus. But that is not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loperids have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. A question, do we plan on, like, physically landing the moon on planets? Because I feel like that would just cause cataclysms.
Well, they'd have the Ark to shepherd people back and forth in the same way, presumably.
Okay.
Like, the Ark would land on the moon, then the moon would fly.
Also, why do we not just terraform the moon?
That won't work. That wouldn't work. What are you, crazy? The moon? Silly.
Alas, time is not on our side. I have arranged for you to enter the central circuit. It is there that most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out. The construction of the Ark among them. It's just Cruise Chaser. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and will have free reign to come in and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. Look out for freak tidal waves on arrival, to seeing as we did just move a new moon into orbit. Yeah.
God, yeah. Just completely ruin an entire, like, sea's biology by making waves go in other directions.
We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Stop redeeming shit dads. Then let us proceed. This is all just an origin story for how the dinosaurs died, isn't it?
We were the dinosaurs all along.
The moon was a dinosaur killer. By decree of the Forum, the Silence of the Seventh Dawn are permitted to enter the central circuit. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing... God damn it, Don.
Sorry.
Ugh. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way.
Walk this way, please.
Walk free, you might say. Wait, but the Aether is this way. Or over there?
You can go get you can get the Aether. You're gonna be going that way anyway for the story, for what it's worth.
Where the fuck am I going?
South. You go south.
South.
South. Then you're going north later.
North. Oh my god, why do I have to make a fucking roundabout to just get the Aetherite?
When I did this, I went through, got the 2 Aetherites, then got all the currents, and then I went back to the story. But in the end, I found out like the story was going to take you to those two Aetherites anyway.
Yeah. Oh, I hate Aether Currents so fucking much.
Yeah, I'm glad to be done with them.
Yeah, until next expansion.
I mean, that's a while.
2 years.
It's a long time. A lot can happen in 2 years.
No, been there, done that. Damn near lost my eyebrows.
God, this freaking
The
mullet
most
wearing.
manliest fucking Lalafell.
Look at this mullet wearing clown. I love him. Little bean.
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
No.
The schedule remains unchanged. Better, worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
At first, I thought this guy was gonna be mad about like trying to get help for this.
Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are...
I don't know why we're not getting Sid and Nero down here.
Listen, we're smarter than Sid. We can make it better.
Also, Graha's like 300 fucking years old. He probably knows something.
He spent 300, like at least a couple hundred years studying stuff in the tower.
He watched every episode of Top Gear 6 times.
As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding.
Sounds safe.
Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Lockberries? Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer.
It's just gonna be in the shape of a carrot.
Propulsion systems are considerable naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
I could hear them saying that too.
Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable ancient incompatible technology. You're trying to drive me mad.
Well, funny you mentioned Graha.
Wait! What if we melted down the crystal tower?
No, okay, not that. But Graha does know a lot.
Oh, we getting Allegan nuggets? We getting those nuggets? We doing turn 4 farming again?
That's the stuff. No material will conduct it far as I know. Slotting some ends like flowing up into heaven, watching the river of ether come rushing through.
Finding adamantite for an airship drive. This is the most Final Fantasy thing yet. Yes, it is. It could only be more Final Fantasy if they said mithril.
Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Talamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame.
And the sun rises.
Surely the many shards of dynamite scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialized pieces would have had any in them to begin with.
Also funny, you also mentioned the turns, now that I think about it.
Drive calls from Ragnarok
If you remember, the Ragnarok class internment hulks are something we visited in the turns.
I don't remember actually.
Basically, the internment hulks are what Bahamut was stored in.
Oh, that's why they told us to play Coil.
Yeah.
So why did they tell us to play Omega?
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
I wonder what she would say if you hadn't done Bahamut yet.
Good question. Maybe they would just assume. I picked the second one because I thought it was funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ, Nail. White Raven?
Deep breaths.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Turn 9 was a bad memory.
That and like when you could like mention the landslides for
oh God, yeah.
Even reads like, oh no, calm down.
So many landslides.
Of course. The floor is yours. What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward.
No, Heavensward was the other expansion.
That's a different one.
The Scions have need of you.
Unlike you, Father, I went around making friends.
That's really what's happening right now.
Alphino has done more in his 16 years of life than his father could have ever dreamed of doing.
Oh, it's Arun Senna.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy.
As is law?
That's what I thought. That's not what he brings up though, weirdly.
Oops, I accidentally skipped that.
Would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Who's an elegant enthusiast?
Magical artifacts of elegant design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Friends in far places, lad.
We got friends literally everywhere. Shut up.
If you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics.
Yeah, like the one that
Like
that summoned
not
Susano.
Rafano. Yeah, Susano.
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
Yeah, we're gonna shove Susano into the engine. And he shall revel in it.
We will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yakking this plunder for the taking? And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Do you want anything from the first? We can go to the first. Why don't you just go to a whole nother world?
But like, you'd have to carry it back, and then
Yeah.
still.
Look, Fail can help. She can transfer stuff.
That's true. She can, or they can.
Now let us consider our next steps, shall we?
If they can. I'm sorry. Yeah. They're a bloody king now, so they can do it.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want at this point.
was just thinking, like, as the spaceship, whatever it is, flying up in the sky, and just, rise to the occasion.
It's the most fun he'll ever have. It's times like these that we're reminded how famous or infamous Alfino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pearl conversation? As we're expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, I'd best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Is it Eureka people?
No.
Oh. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know and you to find out. Thanks, Kral. And on that note, I leave matters in your capable hands. Best of luck. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah, I knew this fucking kind of thing was happening. The second the screen turned back, I was like, oh.
Oh, it's not that. It is
Whoa!
more continuing the last thing.
Fucking Cortana activated for like half a second. I cannot disable Cortana.
Wait, no, Cortana, don't turn off the PC.
We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of
Xbox, turn off.
Okay, Google. No, that actually activated Google. No.
Sorry.
Fuck. It actually activated Google on my phone.
Papa Sean.
So that's Siegfried, right?
What's that?
This is Siegfried, isn't it?
I don't remember Siegfried.
He's from the Blue Mage quest line.
Oh.
There's like a I'm pretty sure it's this guy who has a son who I think is this guy who is Siegfried.
Oh, okay. I think they both answer, so we'll find out right here.
As commander of the Stone Torches.
No, that's Zimberg. Okay,
oh, Zimberg. Okay. I'm thinking of another merchant father and his son. Small son.
Small son returns.
The illegitimate heir to the throne. The forbidden love child between Raubon and Nanamo.
Don't want to think about the logistics of that.
I forgot about this fucker.
The little asshole that somehow is still alive, that we let live.
Why did we let you live? Power, friendship, go!
Everyone that we've ever met is coming to our aid.
Like the Final Fantasy version of Game Master Anthony's birthday.
Everyone's here.
Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud. Fucking Binding Coil music playing. Hey, wait a minute. That elf looks suspiciously familiar. I'm pretty
Oh
sure.
wait, it's the Conjurer dude. It's the Conjurer guy.
This guy, yeah.
No. The one that trains you when you're a Conjurer. He walked past earlier.
Oh.
This kid, yeah, I remember him. Obviously, he was in the other cutscenes too. I love this that they this is something they like admit to here.
Hang on. Oh.
We got too many damn healers.
Too many healers. Yeah, but you got all the Lancers who can eat dirt for you.
Got like a handful of Lancers, I guess, apparently. There's not as good as Dragoons. They keep losing them to become Dragoons, I guess.
This is the Alamigan. Yeah, it's the Alamigan. Yeah, Alamigo's right next door, so...
Yeah.
They forgot to bring a DPS, whoops.
We brought all the deeps.
All the monks. You don't have to worry about anything.
I remember how, like, people missed out on this haircut, the one that I'm using, but, like, Minago was literally the first NPC to ever use it. And everyone was mad when they missed out on the haircut and how she had it and no one else could get it.
So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbours a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me
It would give a lot of people to heal.
You are right. Our deficiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how...
It's weird that they even have to have a discussion being like, hey, can we help? It's like, yes? Why are we having a discussion about it? I think Answers and many versions of it have played more than the actual Endwalker theme in this expansion.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Oh, I forgot about Papalimo.
Or Papalimo.
Whatever happened to Tube Smoddy?
They broke it up. Like, he used it, remember?
Like, it just broke when he used it that last time?
Yeah, like, he used what was left of that power to do that.
Horsefant's grave.
Yeah.
Hello, Amanalaine.
He's an okay guy.
He's better.
Don't be so hard on
he's
him.
better.
He's trying. She's trying more than most people
I still
would,
remember
let's be
his
honest.
crimes.
I actually don't remember most of them.
He ordered a guard to shoot a civilian.
Oh, yeah, I didn't remember that.
When she was like, oh, you forgot about our strife with the dragons. And he's like, stop her. And then the guard just shoots her with an arrow.
Oh my god.
And then Thancred bitch slaps him. It's many roars. I just don't think they have the wave file that goes on for like 15 seconds. Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea, are we going to see the Confederacy again?
Right in what?
Yep. Oh, this guy again. I forgot about this guy.
Who could hate Hancock?
He's
your buddy.
He's sketchy.
He's sketchy, but he's your sketchy buddy. Like, he's on your side for as sketchy as he is.
Oop, I accidentally skipped that. My bad.
He's never actually worked against you.
Is that Hancock? What a surprise this is.
Yay, Soroban!
This was the guy that was trained to become the next,
Yeah.
Turtle Man. Turtle... Yeah. Forlord Turtle Man.
Then they just killed him.
Snake!
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 I don't know who that snake was.
It's one of the like four lords, if I remember.
Was
right.
it? Was it Seiryu? I thought he was a different.
Yeah,
color.
I think that was. No, I think that was Seiryu.
Though our friends are searching for refined adamantite and sacred relics, we will only know if they meet your requirements once they have arrived. In the meantime, is there aught else we might be yeah, we might. Forget it.
It's tongue twister.
Ha! You've already done more than enough. If I had to say though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. Hey, Graha! You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than your average scholar. Ha! If only Master Cuckle knew how right he was.
It sounded like cuckle. Just like
Cuckold.
Oh, no.
Master Cuckold.
Oh, God.
While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help with the preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, this would mean going above and beyond certain the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favor. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the great expanse, and if nothing else, it beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Hand and fist nod.
So this section takes a little bit of time. Not like a lot, but I kind of didn't like this bit.
Is this the equivalent of the trolley?
Kind of, yeah.
Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? If you mind to lend a hand, I know where you ought to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types, busying themselves with preparing for the Exodus. Pah! That lot need all the help they can get. Are we gonna meet Bunny Boy again?
Aaron Bolt comes back, but not now.
Not Aaron Vold.
Wait, which Bunny Boy then?
The Bunny Boy. The Icelandic Bunny Boy we meet at the beginning of this expansion.
Yeah, isn't his name Aaron Vold?
No, Aaron Vold is the paraplegic.
You mean Aaronville?
Oh, maybe I mean Aaron. Wait. Is that why I mean Aaronville? Let's look at the images.
Well, then off we go.
Yeah, I do mean Aaronville. That's his name.
Mm-hmm. I should probably... I can just run around the whole map now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna just start doing the Aether Currents and shit.
There's still one last story quest. Where, like, you aren't there, but once you get, like, you're still gonna miss one of the currents from quests alone.
Well, yes, I can't... The quest currents I
Yeah.
can't do. I'm just trying to get the ground ones right now.
Yeah, now you can get all the ground ones. I'm gonna go get some, like, a little dinner.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be doing this, so...
Okay.
Weast. More Weast. Oh, there it is. Northeast. Probably towards the center of the thing. Okay, that's not a way to get in there. How do we get in? Is there like a lift? $643 yalms north. Oh, that's probably how we get in. Still northeast. Still northeast. Where is it? It should be right around here. Oh, there it is. More northeast. Probably in the other zone. I'll have to get this other aetheryte and then I can try. Unless I can get up there from here. Or maybe it's in this area? It might be in this zone. Yeah, actually it is. Huh. Northwest. Well, then I definitely have to get back up there at some point. Oh, 94. It should be like right up there then. Okay. Since we have that now, we're gonna teleport back here. $200 south. 194 south. 143 south. Where the fuck is this current? Southwest. West. Is it down there? Northwest. West. You know what? We're gonna go back up the other way. Because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to go down there to get that.
Heyo.
Hi. Trying to grab aether currents.
I mean, yeah, aether currents are the worst.
Where
do you go get your artifact gear at again?
It's in Charlian.
Oh, you have to get it from somewhere? They don't just give it to you?
Yeah, like, once you unlock it, you'll even be told, like, hey, go here. Or, like, it'll happen as part of the story. They'll stop you and say, we made this for you.
Okay.
So you know when you get to it, basically.
Yeah, because I just hit 89, so...
Yeah, if you're moving along the story, there's going to be an obvious point. Because it almost frames itself like, oh, they made you another expansion outfit? Like, Taru made? No, it's your artifact armor.
She made the gear?
Well, they say she, like, commissioned a bunch of people to make it for you.
Oh.
But it almost comes off like she was making you another outfit.
I didn't know Tataru had the ability to create 560 gear.
She's gotten way better. She's improved.
Taylor of the Seventh Dawn. I wish to jump. I wish to jump!
No, you cannot jump.
How the fuck do I get down there? I think that's the only way down. Gatekeeper. That leads to Old Charlian.
There should be like you should be able to hit the elevator there, in that building, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not seeing it on the map. Oh, there's another one to the east.
Huh?
Or southeast.
There?
No, southeast.
There?
Go. That's west. There, over there, see? If you want to get down to the medial circuit,
I'm trying to get to... Oh,
because it's down there on the lower level, right? The medial circuit.
Yeah.
Then go to the if you look on the east, there's an aetheryte. There's like that's where the lift is that you took last time.
Oh, okay.
That's where that guy, like, you go there first and like, hey, can we go down? He's like, no, you can't.
No.
In fact, you guys are all suspicious, and then he's the one who reports you.
Asshole.
Yeah. But now he answers to you.
Snitches get stitches. I don't want to go to work. I just want to play video games, yeah.
Was it an early day too?
What do you mean early day?
Oh, you got to go in early?
No, I just don't want to go to work.
Hmm.
Oh, northeast. I think it's in this water area up ahead. There it is. Oh, I'm so close to 89. I'm gonna have to do a lot of leveling for Summoner. Southwest. 60 yalms. 43 yalms.
Yeah, it's on the bottom layer. Oh, no, there it is. Never mind.
Yeah, no, I was down there, and it was telling me to come up here, so...
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That's why I was trying to get that up here. There should be another one. Yeah, another one over in this area. How many are left? Oh, just two.
Look, you're missing one in the top area, maybe. Oh yeah.
Huh? Southwest.
Huh.
What?
It might be up top somewhere? Look up.
Oh!
Oh yeah.
Oh, once I finish the stream, I gotta get some food.
Food.
Is it true that you are more likely to have nightmares if you eat right before you go to sleep?
I don't know if that's true. I know it's a commonly said thing.
Southeast. Is that like...
Probably that either right down there.
South. I think I know what the 89 dungeon is gonna be.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. One of the, like, 3-second clips in the fucking launch trailer was you and your party running through, like, a giant crystalline maze.
Ah, okay.
That looked like it was gonna lead to, like, the big crystal that was Hydaelyn.
Right.
Where is it? It should be so close. Southwest. West. There it is. I would just need to find the quest. I think I already did 2 of them. I did 1. Is there even any others?
I think some more show up when you get to the next part of the story.
Yeah, I know some show up as you do plot, so...
So you got to do the next bit, then the rest will show up.
Yeah. But at least that's out of the way. It's... Ugh. From what I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. I don't know how much help we can offer, but I dare say they'll benefit from some sort of fresh inspiration. Scholar Arc, Montachang... Montachang? Montachagne mentioned. I imagine it's pronounced Shang, like champagne.
It's Montachang.
Let's start by asking around, ideally without getting in anyone's way. That mount looks so slow. Let's meet by the Aetherite once our work is done. Oh, there's the quests.
Yep.
A quest. Still none 2? Usually they do 2 at a time. Okay. Oh, you know what this is? This is like that part in Shadowbringers where you're getting everybody together to do the giant golem.
Oh. A little bit.
I don't even know why I bothered to pick up the Chocobo people.
Out of habit, if I remember.
I'll never use the damn things again. Where's the quest go? Oh, over there. Oh, I forgot to read that. Oh, hello, are you one of the new helpers? Working on the Aether Burner? Oh dear, I fear things have come to a standstill on that front. Even so, I'd choose that over my current duties, checking and loading samples day in, day out. It's tiring, thankless work. Still, no one will be cross if I misplace a few legumes or what have you. The forum's got enough on their plate as is, what with deciding who gets to board the Arcane one. A lot of powerful people have opinions on that. My heart goes out to Master Fulchino and the others. Hardly get a moment's rest, I expect. Do they even have time to sleep? Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of businessmen who think they deserve priority. Helping with the Ark, even with all the power Master Cuckold managed to squeeze out of the Aether Burner, it's still not enough, apparently. And now I hear the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we'd begun the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end to them if we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. We've spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the plan, and all will be well. Oh god, they sound like QAnon people. Offering to help, that's very kind, but I should be able to organize the rest of the documents myself. It's mostly lists of things we need once we arrive on the moon, and then whichever star we choose as our new home. The duties largely concern... Oh, excuse me. The duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions, so it'll be a lot busier after we depart. Well, you got a lot of rabbits to help with that. I hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist in our efforts. I'm looking forward to finally meeting them in person, having communicated with them in such a limited capacity thus far. To be perfectly honest, I've not even the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous blooming giants. Why, I much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. Oh, you're in for a good surprise then.
Have I got news for you, buddy?
I want to meet the Asian that came up with marbles and punch him in the face.
At some point you actually do see them, I think, in there. Someone was talking about them.
Oh. Hello, fellow questers. Do you need help?
How do you do, fellow warriors of light?
Let me just do everybody's quest at the same time.
Best is when I'm doing, like, I'm in the middle of the red mage combo and one just gets murdered on the way.
Oh my god. Everybody fucking bolts it. Look, he's returned. Oh, yeah, that's right. I don't read side quest stuff. I'm bothered with that shit. It's not shit. It's just I don't have time. Fancy meeting you here, Quella. Our friends in the forum brought us to see their teeny tiny toy boat, which was quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics.
I do like that they keep calling it their teeny tiny toy boat.
What we're really interested in is the Theris itself, though now we find ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. Excuse me, hang on. We were hoping the forum would give us a guided tour, but it appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare, and they're still not ready. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around. Oh, first time that. Is your hair becoming white because of your mental illness? You can frankly fuck right off.
Oh man, I did not I've not been watching the stream. What did I miss? Sorry.
Just
I've been
someone.
watching the Discord stream.
Are you becoming banned because you're a piece of shit? Answer, yes.
Oh man, what the hell?
Yeah. Anyway, back to something actually important. I suppose we'll just have to show ourselves around, or at least that's what we're planning to do until we chance upon Urianger and your good self. Since you're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, perhaps you could show us a few points of interest. Won't that be fun? A Toro Labyrinthos. As expected, yet an unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Given the similarities betwixt the artificial environment... Oh my god, Urianger. Betwixt this artificial environment and Bestway Burrow, 'twould be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlian collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing, rather than broadening their perspectives. Perhaps thou art better suited to lead in this venture. What a marvelous idea! Might we begin with a great big what's it over there? I know this said yonder, I don't care. Ah yes, the what's it. I shall leave its explanation to Quella. It's your problem now. Nope. No new quests. Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics, it's positively stupendous. Perhaps you could direct our attention to the most important features. Use the crosshairs thing, got it. Window! Tanks. I don't know shit about this. It's a little hard to see from here. But is that a golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? And I can see through that window another pipe at the bottom. Ah, this must be purifying water drawn up from below. Oh. What the? Who is that?
It got out.
Especially live one at that. It would appear that the concept you observed in another time, another place, was approved for life in the wider world somehow. Motherfucker.
Life finds a way. Yeah, you want to aim at the tanks, if I remember right.
I already did the tanks.
Oh, yeah, the tanks, then the right side. There's two on the right side, I think.
Oh, metallic tube. Is that water I hear from inside that great big tube? It must be because of those cogs and gigantic wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they drop the water. There's probably some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. That looks like the trees in Greatest Endsville. Hold on, that's a bit of a strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. This is where they store the water. Man, if only the world wasn't ending, we could actually give you a tour of the world. Well, if I were to hazard a guess, water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, is purified here and stored in that tower before being distributed elsewhere. I need a fucking cough drop, hang on. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install, even in the harshest of environments. For us Loporits, that's it. For us Loporits, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is of utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. We have read, however, that people of Atheris sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? Yeah, areas of waterfalls are common sites for villages in Garibania. So wherever you choose to live by, you're never too far from water. Oh dear, I worry we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from drying out completely, but it would appear they rely on it far more than we anticipated. A few adjustments may be in order, once we calculate the average rate of consumption per individual. It may also be worth learning more about how exactly they attain their water in the first place. Can't we just use, like, a water sprite or something?
That's a good point.
Master Alfino spoke of the machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through the Logisticon Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporits will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Oh, we're just going to play an atmosphere on the moon. Ah, yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. We must journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlie and Hamlet. I shall lead the way. You mean we have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed. We could not help notice the many dangerous creatures with big nasty teeth lurking around the safe confines of this settlement. Were we not escorted here by burly custodians, I dread to think what would become of us. Regrettably, to many a hungry predator with the aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporits may appear to be a potential rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing safe passage to Logisticon Alpha? For my part, I shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way. I entrust Singing Way and Growing Way to thy care. A more valiant protector they could not wish for. Godspeed. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not be eaten by some horrid beast. E. Come along, Growing Way, to the water extraction... What's it?
Weird to me that they just have these wild monsters running around.
It reminds me a lot of Elpis, actually.
Oh yeah, but like presumably they could handle those or something.
Yeah.
Like, I kind of got the impression they were really strong, or like they knew enough to decide this is a nothing problem for them. One of these things.
I mean, you remember they had to justify why Elidibus and them couldn't just insta-kill everything in the dungeon.
Oh yeah, because they were like, their power
There's
was,
a magic dampening field.
Yeah, magic dampening field, so they were on your level, basically.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction What's It is worth the harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say, but I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. I fucking hated that part where you had to look for Hermes in the, like, Hungry Garden or whatever. And, like, they knew people would try to avoid combat as much as possible, so they force enemies onto you.
Oh, yeah. That said, that part, if you can't find, like, you will get ones at set intervals, no matter how long you take.
Yeah. My friends, I bid you welcome to Logisticon Alpha. Our destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray, follow me. We will need this, you know, I don't care what the lift guy says. He's a lift guy. He's not going to add anything plot important. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. The perfect environment to sustain life, artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain from here will be essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You didn't factor that at all? You're all very lucky that Aetheris just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Or did mankind turn out the way they did because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, it's nothing short of miraculous, and I cannot wait to see more of it. This is all very wonderful, I'm sure, but I was rather hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. In other words, where's the food? I believe both the knowledge and consumables you seek may be found at Mariel Ergonomics. As I imagine Singingway and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus, wouldst thou be so kind as to escort our visiting culinarian? Yes, that sounds much more interesting. Hopefully I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicates Urianger was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention, Aetheris will soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let us brook no further delay. I wasn't sure if that door was going to open.
It doesn't look like it will, does it? Oh god, it's so cold here.
Where you are?
Yeah.
How hot is it? Or cold is it?
Let's see, let me check the phone. Says it's 45 outside.
Oof. This is the place, yes? A heady aroma was just enough to guide me here. I've spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. I'd dearly love to try some, but I've read that those who help themselves to a farmer's crop without permission are often caught and put into pies. That's not how that goes. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge if they'd be willing to part with a few samples. Cooking Way is now accompanying you.
That whole dialogue again.
They
wanna go inside.
They fucking love this mechanic.
It's a new mechanic. Let's shower it on you like a dozen times.
What a fine mess this is. Ah, it's you, the one who climbed down the mine shaft. I'd show you around if I could, but I'm rushed off my feet preparing for the exodus. And I'm not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal.
Going to a new planet, boys.
Don't you want to go to the moon? Well, it's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. But no matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take when we survive their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. We merely wish to sample a little of your produce, if we may. By all means, help yourself. Much appreciated, my good fellow. So, where to begin? Where's the vineyard? Oh, over there. Ah, you get to try the polygon grapes.
The polygonal grapes. Behold them in all their glory.
Oh, I know what these are. Grapes, yes? Let's see if they're as delicious as they look. Don't cut yourself. So sweet, so sour. The taste is much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, and yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between the outer skin and the fruit within is most peculiar, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. And another, and another, and another. Well, that's certainly given me food for thought, though in a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. But tell me, what is your opinion of grapes? I'm not personally a fan.
Of what?
Ghastly things. I'd rather eat rancid gigantode eyeballs. Ugh.
Do you not like grapes?
No, I don't, actually.
Aww.
How odd. No accounting for taste, is there? Anyway, that's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Oh, no, if I get in the mount, he'll disappear.
No, they just follow you, don't worry. Just if you go really far, there he'll stop.
Orange by name, orange by nature. What came first, the fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's equal parts sweet and sour with the grapes, yet nothing alike. I may have to consult Uriange about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps what I'm looking for is bitter? This is all very complicated. You know, so many flavors, so many choices, and each individual with their own personal preferences. I think the word you're looking for is citrusy. Now I see why you all turned your noses up at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous though they still are, in my estimation. Let no one say that I said otherwise. But speaking of carrots, I've yet to sample any of the vegetables. Let's see what's in the field over there. I like how everybody's trying really hard to get this engine running, and I'm just helping a fucking bunny eat food.
To be fair, I feel like it's important in its own way.
I guess, it's just...
Because presumably, this is like... This bunny is trying to like determine what food they're gonna bring, what kind of things they need to prepare for, because this might be the last types of vegetables that survive the extinction, as it were.
That color, that texture, are they some sort of enormous round carrot? No. In any case, proper nomenclature is less of a concern than the taste. Blech! It's so hard and flavorless. I may as well be chewing a piece of wood. That all but confirms it. These are nothing more than misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? And no one with any sense would try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. Do you not find it an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. And what more, it broadens the range of ingredients that we may eat safely. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew has been one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember.
Pumpkin.
Then perhaps even these hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. I wonder, though, if there's anything even more delicious. How about that yellow fruit over yonder? Man, I've got to show you pizza.
I'm still waiting for there to be an NPC that lets me buy a bunch of hamburgers. Like, I'm killing for that. Maybe it's like a crafted food or something now, though.
What a wondrous fragrance. With luck, it'll have a flavor to match. I have no idea how these are eaten. I'll just bite into it.
Bite into a lemon.
My tongue. Is this poison? It's a lemon.
Imagine. He's just got that, like, really pursed look on his face.
Yeah. A lemon? You mean it's supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? It may take some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, I best call an end to this round of sampling. Let's say farewells and return to the others. No, I can't do that. Finished, have you? I trust you found something to your liking. I'm rather enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so with the pumpkin, though I have learned the hard way they're not supposed to be eaten raw. Then there was this lemon? The deceiver! I feel so violated. First time, was it? I hate for you to leave with a bad taste in your mouth, in more ways than one, so I'll give you this lemon muffin I baked. If this doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, it would be remiss of me to spurn the opportunity to, oof, a bit of sick came up there, learn more of your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin, do your worst. This is delicious! Although I still detect a hint of lemon, it complements the sweetness of dough to create a perfect harmony. I never would have guessed the vile bitterness could be utilized so elegantly. My good chap. This is simply breathtaking. See? We rarely use lemon in its natural state, but it has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. It comes down to making the most of resources at our disposal, and sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. I know we won't be able to take every species with us. No doubt the Forum agonized over what was worth preserving, and what will be consigned to history. Hard choices, but make them we must, if we're to survive. Such strength of will. Now I know what Heidelin sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporits, were both born from the accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about nature and sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred in their futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What, then, is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have, to make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins. It's very philosophical. Pardon my Eorzean, but what in the seven hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking Way at your service. I'm here to help prepare for the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I've been growing all different kinds. But don't worry, there'll be room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetheris' species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, this has been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Uriange and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we?
It's kind of funny how we had been calling the planet Heidelin for so long, and then all of a sudden, it's Aetheris now.
It's Aetheris. Everybody knows it's Aetheris now. Once you know, everyone knows.
Yeah, are we pretending it's always been Aetheris, or is it like we just found this out and a lot of other people just took to it really fast?
I don't know.
Like, it seems kind of strange.
I think the writers just forgot that, like, just because we know something doesn't mean everybody knows it.
Yeah, maybe. Though so far, only the Loporits have been calling it Aetheris and the Scions. And maybe the,
The Scions have only started calling it after they learned the name.
So yeah, like, I feel like it's still a newish thing, and before it was still called Highland. But it's kind of just weird that they're like, yeah, it's Aetheris now. They don't even question it.
That was most enlightening, especially the part with the lemon muffin. Actually, I was wondering, do you know of any other places famed for their cuisine? The Far East.
I picked the first one, but the second one has a good line.
And many less than savory establishments. Would that I had time to visit. The more I learn of Atheris, the more I wish I could spare it from the final days. Alas, Hylian's orders are to flee, not to resist. If only there was some other way.
If only.
If only.
We found another way.
Quella, I trust thy time at the Mariel ergonomics did bear fruit.
Come on, really?
Come on, Urianger. I thought you were better than this. Our own efforts, too, were rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Alas, time is of the essence. And let us return to Charlie and Hamlet forthwith. I shall gladly attend to each and every eloperate there, should further questions within my power to answer arise. Ah. Please, voice cutscene. I need to rest my throat. Sigh. Yes, Quella, that was indeed me, verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Do you want to know why? Because I saw the reconstructed environmental data for Atheris at Logisticon Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely and so leafy. Are all your forests like that? You should see the forest of the first. One was purple.
Yeah, that's what I pictured.
Gasp! Gasp, I say! With a star so wonderful, it comes as no surprise that you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise, to assume that the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous we must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. I want to pick him up. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Thancred! How didst thou fare? Oh, I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers while helping to move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here. Despite news of the coming end, we have a forum's leadership to thank for that. That doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurried to complete their work, equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death, and we can hardly tell them there's no cause for the concern. Perhaps not, though aided by our growing way, I almost called them gooding way, we may yet find other ways to lighten their burden. Me? Be of use to people? I'm honored that you would think me so capable, but I'm not sure that I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, I suppose it can't hurt to try. I passed someone moping in the Western Plaza that looked to be in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with them.
Here we go.
'Tis as good a place as any. Come. This is where it starts to drag.
No, this is where... I think this is where they have you find, like... Let me see. Okay, you're not quite there.
Okay, the sun came out really fucking fast.
It's daytime now. Underground. That's a fake sun.
Oh, can I help you?
We're here to help you, good man.
It is you who would help me. Is my anxiety truly so obvious? A burden shared is a burden eased. Pray, tell us of thy troubles. Those little fellows do look like good listeners. I'm an engineer, you see, and what they say of the ship, that it's the sum of decades of Charlian ingenuity, that it's built with peerless, elegant technology, is all true, but I know that none of that's a guarantee. We've never before launched a star-faring vessel, let alone flown it to the great expanse, all while the tests we've run have been on the ground. Only operational personnel and cargo will be aboard for the first voyage, but even so, if it fails us then, what can we do? And if it doesn't, it could fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that. We've done everything we can to prevent it from happening, but it hardly matters. We thought the Aether Burner's design was flawless too, and look how that's turned out.
It's still pretty good.
Thou art familiar with these most daunting technologies, and thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... Maybe you could tell me if there are any aspects of the ship's design that you're especially worried about? Our ability to walk about and perform our tasks, for one. I devised a means by which to employ gravity, oh my god. Spatiotemporal spell to regulate the environment. But what if that's not strong enough? What if everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star?
I do like that that's how they're using gravity in this case.
Ah, gravitation. Maybe I can be a little help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply, and if you consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places...
So that's the voice I imagine when my character's talking to people, and there's that, like, I'm explaining a bunch of things.
I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if Thancred's tale is true, still others would benefit from insights born of experience. Might I prevail upon the Loperites to attend them? An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. There's naught we'd like more than to ease the hearts of fine people of Atheris, and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Gather thy companions and bring them hither. Actually, it would make sense that the Forum would know the planet's called Atheris, because they've been in contact with the Loperites
and with Hydaelyn.
And with Hydaelyn, yes. So
yeah,
they would know. I don't know how people outside the Forum would know, but
yeah.
Quella,
it's okay.
Go on. Sorry. No, go on.
I was gonna say, like, I think at this point they kind of want to just like retcon that and be like, oh, it was always Atheris. Everyone knows it's called Atheris.
Yeah. Quella, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive, and inform them that help is at hand. Bearer, seek lest. I shall await thee here, that I might introduce each to a suitable Loperite.
Here we go. This is the bit that sucks.
Oh boy.
Buckle up.
Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every Loperite, and every Loperite in their place.
I do like that line. It's cute.
I want a life-size plush.
Yeah, you gotta find 8 people now. And some of them aren't the right people.
Ugh, why would you do that?
Oh, there's one.
Just leave me to my misery. The Forum can appoint someone else. I apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with? Truly? Well then, there seems to be no time to waste. They can help me prepare for this monumental task.
God, that's all it took.
Oh, what am I bitching about? Holy shit. If anything's bothering me, well, I've been loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played it as a piano. My feet and knees as drums and cymbals too. He's fine if in need of a break.
If anything, those people need more help than these freaking researchers. Look at them.
Yeah, really. Fucking.
Can no one think of the workers? God.
Fucking bougie elite here.
Oh no, they're thinking too hard. What about those poor people who are working too hard?
Have you heard anything on what's on the moon? I have no doubt that we can make it up there, but the searching for a new star part of the plan seems awfully vague to me. Same. I asked the forum, but they will only tell us that collaborators have everything under... Oops, I skipped it. Have everything under control. Forgive me, but I do not feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what made by God knows who. You mean to say that I can speak with them directly? Amazing! I hope they like questions.
They do. They do like questions. I think that's one of the ones that doesn't need help, yeah.
Yeah. Worries. No, I believe I'm fine, thank you. Okay, bye.
This researcher already has all this. She has a support network. That's I feel like that's a big.
My gut is telling me they pulled this shit.
They didn't. I thought they might have, but they didn't.
Okay.
I did check around on that bit. It took me a while. I hated this bit. Like I found the first 6 real fast, but the last 2 or 3 were just awful to find.
Why hide them?
I don't know. It's such a big area too. So, was that person's name Silken Gun?
Silken Grin.
Oh, okay.
But why is there a Matoya frog here?
I mean, it's not only Matoya that made them. Charlans can make them in general too.
How might I help you? My, what a lovely idea. I too noticed people becoming rather tense, so I rushed out and plucked some fresh and fragrant tea leaves. Now I only need to track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope our plan to cheer everyone up goes well. She's doing better than I am. According to quest dialogue. I don't know why there's some player just randomly sitting there.
ERP. Oh wait, they're alone.
Blasted assistants. Where have they gone off at a time like this? Beg pardon, but I've not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery, and it seems I shall have to do so single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. The Loperites are willing to help. Why didn't you say so? At least they won't moan about how they checked 2,000 times already and haven't slept in weeks, lazy sods.
Oh, there's one guy, I think is below the level you're at, where that's like, this guy is so much of an ass, we don't want to actually send the Loperites to him.
Hmm. Did they do one on the outside here, or no?
I don't think so. But I don't know for 100%. Yeah, it doesn't look like it.
I don't think so. No, I'm just gonna assume no. I don't want to waste my time. Yeah. If they didn't do it on one side, they're not gonna do it on the other side.
Yeah, there's one.
56 bunches of weeds in the ground. 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out. Add one to the mound. 55 bunches of weeds in the... I'm not neglecting on duties, I swear. I was in need of a little break, you see, and then I found myself unable to relax at all. So I went on a walk, and then I noticed these weeds, and... Pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that sounds like a much better way to relax. I'm surprised they needed help.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Azale would have loved them.
Oh, yeah.
Apologies, but I'm waiting a delivery. Whatever it is, we'll have to wait. Oh my god, I haven't even found 6 and I'm having trouble. Hyperventilating, you need help. By the gods, my chest is tight. Am I dying? Is this what dying feels like?
Poor guy, I've been there.
Oh, do pardon me, I didn't see you there. There's no cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern, even though we may need to part at any moment. And if the hull is designed... I designed buckles under strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and dooming all mankind, but it's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly...
Poor guy.
Our visitors can help me triple check the structural flaws, you say? Why, that would be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already.
That guy needs an inhaler, poor dude.
Yeah, Sam, I know that feeling. I think I was already up here.
You've already been up there. You want to go down to the central plaza. I think there's some around there.
Did I somehow, like, miss some? Oh, yeah. Capricious. The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes on. No faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible and one utterly bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive. This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Yes you idiot. Have you seen an envelope lying around? This imbecile refuses me to give me the alchemic I ordered without that bloody slip of parchment. We need finding way. Unless your friends have a spell to make me remember where I dropped my damned envelope, I doubt they'll be more help than you, and you've wasted enough of my time already.
Be unfortunate for all involved to inflict this man upon the Loperids.
Yeah. Ah! My face! What's wrong with my... Ow! Perhaps I'm a bit tense. I was tasked with ensuring that proper fauna, and only the proper fauna, are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate, and I can hardly make the decision myself when I know so little about the environment up there. Including the Loperids in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will. Thank you. Perhaps their biology itself might offer some clues as well. Oh my god.
2 more.
Are you Rogadame? I think so, yes. Consult our collaborators. I suppose that would make more effective than sitting here brooding. I'm attempting to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate into fewer trips, should the Aetherburner make our original estimates unfeasible. But there are simply too many valuables. I feel as though my brow will turn inside out. But perhaps our lunar associates have more insight into how much weight constitutes too much for our purposes. Thank you for letting me know.
I mean, they used to think everyone was like ancient sized, and we're actually bite sized by comparison.
Why?
So, like,
why not just have the Loperids use their creation magics to make a teleporter?
That's a good question.
They can use creation magics.
They can, though maybe that's a bit too out of like their power regeneration. But at the same time, like I feel like that should be within their ability to do.
I don't feel like
I
that's
mean,
complicated for them.
For all intents and purposes, you can teleport there with an aetherite, so like, shouldn't that be reasonable of a range for teleportation?
How did I miss this one? What am I thinking about? The medical facilities on the ship, of course. I designed them with the assistance of our sages and... Oh god, I forget how to pronounce this. Chirurgeons?
Chirurgeons. You know,
Chirurgeons.
Right, Chirurgeons, right. Yeah.
But to imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanse is beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects that living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon. Why did I not think of that?
Yeah, have they not watched WALL-E? It makes you like fat.
Oh my
if you live in
god,
space,
that took a while.
Yeah. Okay, stuff's about to kick off again at least.
Finally. So close to 89. I want my gear.
Oh, this bit. Oh, this bit.
That sounds bad. Behold, Quella. Go on.
You see.
Through thine efforts, word hath spread throughout Labyrinthos. Verily, to a far greater number we anticipated, Living Way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak.
Keep finding more bunnies.
I shall assign each in accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship may be forged. Should greater matters not require thine attentions, watch over them, I prithee. Oh god, Arianche, we need to teach you normal speak.
Verily.
I imagine the day he stops speaking like that is the day we're all gonna be like, what the fuck?
This has been an act I've been putting on for years.
Please be voiced.
Bunny?
Oh.
I want to hear more bunny.
I can... No, it is voiced.
Oh, okay.
I was just praying for that so that I can fucking rest my throat.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, you could just take a rest. Just presume that people can read for now.
Everyone eager to meet with our friends. It would behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way, as our moon's pilot is advised.
Aw, Sleeping Way.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another.
That's racist.
Wow, wow, Thancred, wow. I thought you were better than that. Oh, I thought she was gonna say the same about us. Look.
I swear that book is modeled after Encyclopedia Errors, yeah.
It probably is.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louis Soir, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget...
Umbrella. Oh, that's her parents. Oh no!
Urianger's gonna get a big gut punch right here.
There was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am. Wilson and Ravida, Charlian's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbree's parents.
Fucking awkward.
It hath been some time
Tis good to see you in good health.
Likewise, old friend. Vida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfie, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where.
Oh.
It's the heartbreaking type of gut punch. Sorry.
Do you have any idea how worried we were?
Do I hug? Do I not hug? I don't know.
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she wants.
Took how many fucking expansions and she finally gets the respect she deserves.
Yeah.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we couldn't
Hello.
prepare to mourn over you.
Cher has joined us.
Hi, Cher. I'm still streaming. Still doing Final Fantasy. So.
Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you
What was that?
as we did for her.
I'm gonna see you're pretty far now.
Yeah, I'm level
Yeah.
88 at the moment. Almost level 89.
I'm sorry. I truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Oh god, he's shaking so hard.
This part did make me tear up when I went through it.
We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
I miss Mubrita.
Oh. They do too.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Oriange, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Oriange and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Oriange, for being who you are.
Oriange is getting a lot of love this expansion.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Poor Rionje.
I think I can feel her too.
Probably holding that in for years now, I guess.
Yeah.
The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
Not that it's not obvious from her name, but her name does translate to Moon Bride.
Oh, right. Moonbreeder.
You can live here your entire life and hardly
That's why they're bringing her up. It makes so much sense now.
And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Wow, that was awkward. We're all walking away now.
Everyone's just like in tears, walking away.
Jesus,
We're
that
gonna
was
go
way
back to
too
work
personal.
now. Yeah, we're gonna go back to work now.
Oh, Quilla, be assured I am fine. I am. Full glad to see them too, after so very long. Gladder still that it was in your company, as difficult as it was to accept their kindness. 'Twould have been harder to face them alone.
Aww. 2 slots remaining in your inventory. Oh my god.
Oh my god, what? Already? I cleaned out my inventory before this expansion. Oh.
Jesus Christ!
That would probably...
I mean, they hand out a lot of coffers.
Oops.
They do. I used a lot of them myself, but still, like, how much dice do you have in there? Use
You don't carry around a thing of dice?
No, I put them on my chocobo, and it still counts them if you are in your chocobo bag. Yeah, see, you even have something yourself. Kind of surprised you have gear in there, honestly.
I haven't gone through it in a while.
Fair enough. I have most of my dyes and most of my like materia on my chocobo bag after like clearing out all the like lower tier stuff.
Saddlebag is full. I don't need this. What is that doing in there?
That's enough for now, anyway. You had a thing you could eat too in your first tab, or wait, maybe the second tab now. Let me see. Oh wait, yeah, check your first tab. On the bottom right there. The envelope.
This is Battle Ready Bob.
Yeah, can't you eat it?
No, I already have it.
Oh. Okay.
I got an extra one at some point, and I just forgot to get rid of it.
Gotcha.
I figured I could resell it, but I think they go for nothing on the market right now.
Oh, okay.
What is it again?
To be haircut.
Oh yeah, they'll probably go on for nothing on the market for quite some time, just because people ran that a lot. And
yeah.
They'll probably continue to run it quite a bit in roulettes.
Yeah. They go for like 200k on Crystal. I guess because it's the RP's.
Primal character can't go to Crystal.
Yeah, no, I'm just bringing that up. Of like, it's not cheap everywhere. I guess is my point.
Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loperites. Not supposed to rest on their laurels, several of the guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may still come hither seeking counsel, and so I shall remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check on Elise. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes in the west gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she's like less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Oh, there's the other quests. Yep. I think these are the two before that. Yep. I want my artifact gear.
Ah, it's so cold here. So welcome back, Muni.
Hi, Muni.
Hello. Hello. Oh no, I just... why is it so cold?
No one believes me when I tell them I went to the first.
So it's amazing how... Wait, the first?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That guy was like, no way.
No way.
Oh, this kid.
This is an annoying quest.
Oh, not a little bit if you're reading the dialogue, but not entirely.
What? You cut off.
Oh, a little bit, but not as bad as that one kid you had to follow around in Garlemald.
Oh my god, that kid was terrible. The follow wait quests are pretty bad.
Yeah. I don't think you have to do any more after, ever since the one with I was gonna say Ouyange on the
Ouyange.
Ouyange. I just skipped the cutscenes entirely.
I don't care about the side quests. I don't only have time for this.
Yeah, I mean, fair. I don't blame you for that. I just like that we didn't even see them load. It was like, no, skip. Out.
Skip. Look, if I wasn't streaming, then maybe I'd take my time and read the thing and all of that jazz.
Yeah,
but...
that's fair. I'm not scolding you for it or anything. I just think it's funny. Just it's so fast, I didn't even get to see the cutscene load. I was like, no, leave.
Oh. Pray.
Pray return.
I pray for artifact gear.
You will have to do the dungeon, I believe, first.
Oh.
Trial. But I think you're gonna enjoy both.
Wait, so I have to do a dungeon and then a trial and then I get the gear?
Yeah, but the trial is right afterwards. It's immediately after.
The stuff you have will be fine, at least for going through that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the trial is immediately after the dungeon as well, so...
Yeah.
Because part of the thing about that vendor, too, is it doesn't just open it up for this class, it opens up all the available sets. You can get all of them.
And you can preview all of them. It's nice.
And every class you can pick up, you can wear them the moment you hit 89, so it's nice.
And they automatically upgrade to 90 when you hit 90.
Yeah.
Don't even have to do the role quest. Only give you unlock them for dying. That's it.
I don't know how much longer I can afford to stay up. I'm probably gonna actually have to end the stream soon.
That's fine. Hopefully I'll be able to watch you stream the next bit because I'm excited for you to do the next. I'm really excited to watch that.
I've got maybe 30 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, I can go to bed a little bit later, but I want to stop streaming before then.
Yeah, that's fair.
I also just need to eat. Holy shit, I'm so hungry.
Yeah, I would say definitely stop to eat if you're hungry. Food is important.
I'm gonna I'm pretty close to finishing this zone. I've got to be, right?
I think so.
Is there a dungeon to unlock? Is that it?
Yeah, there will be a dungeon at the end of it.
Okay, so it's the last one.
Dungeon trial at the end of this zone.
Yeah.
Quilla, what are you doing out here? Helping you, scrawny. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting task. Are you sure? Well, I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimens and samples. Try not to be too rough with them.
This is timed weirdly.
Alfino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Deliver the crates to Alfino. You have 3 minutes.
It's like more than enough.
You do not need 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's
what is it?
weird. They give you.
What is this, Shenmue?
I don't know why they give you so much time. Why even time it at that point?
There's actually a decent bit of talking stuff left of the dungeon, I would say. I think most people say that this section is probably the most awkwardly paced.
It reminds me of the trolley section from Shadowbringers.
Yeah, like this is definitely like
they needed to add some weight for some reason here, and it comes out weird.
I would say that this definitely feels like a part where they're trying to get a lot of people involved because
yeah,
this is the conclusion of the story and stuff. They're trying to get as many people involved as possible, and it's kind of hard to get a lot of people involved at certain points before now. But this is like the part where they're now like, all right, we're trying to tie some of this stuff up. We're trying to get some more people involved in some way, so you can at least see all these people you've encountered throughout the past 8 years.
Yeah.
Here's everyone you've ever met at any point.
Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that down there with the others. I helped.
You did it. Good job, Koala.
You have my gratitude. How did you come to be involved in this? Then I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. Thancred?
Not you?
If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. It turns out that this is a base of operations of sort. Those with final say as to what is included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. Oh, hi, Alize. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once. Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look, and not everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we're finished. Alize at age like 30 is gonna be fucking ripped.
The buffest elf.
Theopolis is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting.
Now can we hear you?
Huh?
Oh, okay, yeah. Maddie muted herself there. Okay. Presumably because she sees that,
I assume the dungeon is in this giant circle.
Yes.
Gods, it never ends, does it? What can I do for you? What? What's funny?
What? I guess put in 14 chat.
I can't look at it, I'm streaming.
Fair.
We brought samples from Charlie and Hamlet. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Ah, thank you. I expected one of my colleagues, but we're dreadfully short-handed. Excuse me. Just a moment. Are you Fortuno's children, are you not? Alfino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite. I've been friends with your parents since our days at the Studium. I remember when you were ye-high, waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your paladin... your paladin? What the fuck am I saying? I am clearly too tired. Wielding your father's nudlets, no less. You knew our parents when they were young. What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you. Alas, I am meant to be in charge here, and that reams of paperwork want for submission. We can help with that, in exchange for some sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then.
Give us the deets.
There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you each take one? wait right there. Alice is gonna speedrun paperwork.
Actually, if you try to make a contest out of it.
You'll find a forum representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't been haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alfino and Alize. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Are you not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? I thought you were meant to be working on the Aether Burner. Paper. Theopolitan's paperwork. I was beginning to worry he had misplaced his quill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents in my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope you Scions succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, and we must be circumspect. In all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. At its heart, however, Charlian has been a nation of the curious. 'Twould be a tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. I think I know more about the truth than you ever will.
The whole time at this bit, I was like, why? Why does no one care? I went back in time.
I know!
Why does no one want to hear more? Why?
I spoke to Heidelin herself! We fought!
At this point, I assume that people just either don't believe me or they just think it's normal, considering you have also traveled to another dimension.
The Scions are basically like, huh, that's nice.
Oh, that's nice.
Like, god damn it, really? It's so important. How can you guys overlook this?
I will kind of agree with you. I do feel people's response to that stuff is kind of a bit muted.
Yeah.
Especially because it's a lot of really important information.
It's a lot of important information.
So much. It's so much lore stuff that, like, it was so fascinating, and it's just like, they're like, okay.
Well, that was interesting.
I think that's just one of those things that end up kind of feeling awkward or suffering for the fact that there's a lot of stuff they clearly want to both get through and show.
Yeah. That's true.
Quick and efficient. I dare say you have talent for this work. Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
The twins' papers need only be delivered to elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. I'm kind of sick of this track on loop. It's like 30 seconds. It's been going on for like 50 minutes.
It's kind of the,
stuff's about to happen track.
Yeah. We return with not a scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons, you will note. Now tell us the embarrassing stories of our parents. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on errands so far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and... That is quite enough of that, thank you. It was compromising stories of our parents that we asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course, of course. I've known your father for so long, I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why the Levier name garners respect in Charlian is your family's storied history. You two can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nuncrift's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I've never thought much of it myself. It's not as though our forebears founded the nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it's been traditionally a point of pride. 'Tis why Nuncrift's pronouncement renounced the ways of war and pursue the enlightenment through knowledge and reason has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, Archon Louisoix looked not to Nuncrift's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and small from the rising tides was the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy, and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to its doom. There will ever be conflict and calamity that will follow thus. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. You remember his words well indeed. Archon Louisoix lived by that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need, Charlian or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louisoix's deed with the... Oh, Jesus! I got scared. Holy fuck.
What happened?
Someone followed.
Oh.
Neko Waifu, thank you so much for the follow.
That's a good name.
Yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louisoix's deed with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made pariah of his father. Fortuno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. That's what I think when I hear about my dad. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Isn't it always thus? Gods know Fortuno was a cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you are constantly in his thoughts, every moment of every day, and that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with a kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it, he loves you to an embarrassing degree.
Oh.
But he is also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I mean, he only disowned them.
Yeah, for how they ultimately end up describing him here, just some of them does feel like a bit drastic of an action.
He's still he's still a dick.
Had he not done the disowning thing, I felt like a lot of his stuff would have been more understandable.
Yeah. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me in too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure these specimens you brought make it to their proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later.
I kind of like the implication. Yeah, you can grit some more stories for me later.
Hail, you three. Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or worse, no. However, he has set me on a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more.
Many hands are helpful.
Unfortunately, Alize and I have no prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Quella? Can you spare the time? I mean, that's, what else am I gonna fucking do?
That's your duty, is to spare the time.
Perfect. This shouldn't take too long. Can I just say that, like, their decision to have Catboy idols with their hands, like, in a clawed position does not help Graha with his, like... It makes it look like he's always ready to claw somebody, but he's always smiling.
I didn't really notice that until now, honestly.
In the event that our, and I quote, promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky and into my lap, Master Kokol wishes to be ready to put the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of Kokol's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of aether being funneled into his furnace. The flow of fire-aspected aether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part, then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the adamantite arrives, if not before. This way, then.
This part does drag more than I remember.
Especially when you have to read all the non-voiced quest dialogue. Out loud.
Yeah.
And stumble over every new word and concept they throw at you.
The fact that you're about to make a full loop, I think, means you're pretty close to the end here.
I'm pretty sure. I've gotta be at this point, right?
I think this is the last bit. Then there's like a major cutscene.
Oh my god, make it end.
That's like a pretty big important one that has some decent length, and then it's dungeon time.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop before the dungeon.
That's fair.
I don't think I have the energy to do the dungeon in the trial, and originally my plan was like, oh, I'm gonna stop when I get my artifact gear, and
it's taking way too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ultimately do get your artifact gear pretty late.
The reactor is housed within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire aether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspect aether will issue from the vent at the top. I expect this to attract at least a few elementals, which would both rather not be drawn to the reactor itself, trust me. Can I ask you to put down any that draw too near? They'll pose little trouble, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait here, if you would. Oh, man. I'm really glad they changed Delirium to just being stacks.
That's pretty nice. They made some good quality of life choices over time. I still am gaga over all the Red Mage stuff.
Although Blood Weapon is still a timer. For some reason. And I've mentioned before about how I don't like how Carve and Spit and Abyssal Drain share a cooldown now.
That is weird.
What a pointless change. I look so. Sorry. I look like I'm ready to punch somebody. Okay. Did everything go smoothly out here?
Perhaps you
are.
You just punched some elementals. That's why.
I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And the water aether appears to be venting properly. I expect Cockle will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, of the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as part of the Allagan's efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world, Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allagan's empire, Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was the infamous technologist Amon. I don't care. I'm tired.
That's fair.
I already know he remembered his life as Hermes. That's a pointless question. Amon wanted to travel to see the stars? He did. He must have had his own reasons, however, for there's no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient.
It's only when, like, he leaves Alag does he get those memories.
He told us that he remembers his life as an ancient, but he didn't care. He only joined the What?
Oh, okay. I thought it was because M itself gave him the memories.
Yeah, well, what happened was, like, he was Amon, right? And then MXL comes up and he's like, surely you can see this civilization is dying. Why don't you join our cool club?
He, like, sucks him up. Like, he leaves. He joins the...
He's like, join our cool club. And then he's like, okay, well, hang on. I'm going to make a clone first. And then he joins M itself.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's given the memories of Fandaniel. And he's like, oh, I don't care.
Yeah, but I mean, my point is, when he was like, this is talking about before that happened, as well.
I mean, yeah, during his time in the Empire, he didn't have memories. Yes.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to get at here.
He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. If
Much
not...
like how you don't have the memories of a certain person.
Yeah, Azem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we never even get to see them. If not his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? I mean, everybody wants to go to space. This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that it was the gross decadence and inexorable decline of Aleg that moved Amon to resurrect Emperor Zonde. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Zonde's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Zonde been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens would only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. A soul theory. Ultimately, it is the consequences of the actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment, and yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. But enough musings for now. Why don't we see how Coco's getting on?
Every time you say couple, I keep hearing the other thing.
Cuckold?
Yeah. Master
I
Cuckold.
just kept hearing Coco.
Oh, Coco.
It's technically Coco with an L at the end.
The cold. Maybe.
Coco. Kiryu Coco. I wonder if Kaysan on air will play 14 if she hasn't already.
That would be fun.
Okay, I'm getting really sick of this music track, guys. Can we switch it up? Yeah, it's like a 30-second loop.
But you have to know the action's starting up. It's gonna begin soon. Any second now.
Whew! I can feel those flames ablazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha. There's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure up that refined adamantite any faster. 89.
What?
Ah, the final quest for this zone. Thank fuck.
Yep.
Sigh. I do trust you deliver on your promise. I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want that adamantite. I want it now. We share your impatience, I assure you. You know, Graha, what happened to that spell you have? You know, the one where you're all like expanse contract, Aeon become instant thing?
He has to like build up to that and stuff. Like and that's for like one person. Yeah, it's for one person.
Why not summon the people with the adamantite?
Again, it's for one person and it takes a long time.
That's not true. He used it to summon 7 other people so we could fight Hades.
Well, no, you used the. Oh yeah, but he has the crystal tower behind him when he did that. Remember?
Fine.
He used that as like an
Fine.
ether.
You know, I'm really surprised. I just want to say I'm really surprised that Elidibus didn't know how to fucking do that until he like read Graha's memories.
Oh yeah.
We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist you with in the meantime? I wish. Sitting around is unbearable. Pity the forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long they can't prove that it was premeditated. Get you gone. I have mistakes to make.
I didn't remember that line.
That's a really good line. In that case, I suppose we should go and return the key to the reactor. Oh shit, I forgot. Skipped it. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing has gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you in the Charlie and Hamlet anon. I have mistakes to make.
That's good.
That's a good line. I will say that having to read out all the quest dialogue has given me more appreciation for small stuff like that.
Yeah. Some stuff I might have skipped over. Well, in fact, I did skip over that.
Yeah.
Or I somehow missed that.
If you wait here, your companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. Several cutscenes will play in sequence.
Careful now. It begins.
Oh, it's daytime, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was night when I entered. Ah, hello, Ishtola.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
So there's some same stuff you've been doing.
Now you know what it's like to be a level 1 adventurer, Estinian.
That's enough, don't you think?
Sure he was at some point.
If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
Pretty sure he was trained his entire life to be a dragoon.
I mean, maybe.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've ready.
I mean, mind you, his backstory is that, like, the dragons, like, killed his family, I think, right. And then he was brought in by the dragoon guy.
Yeah, he really wanted vengeance. That's a really important part of his backstory, too.
Vengeance.
Yeah.
What his whole character arc hinges around.
Yeah.
Is that he really wanted vengeance, and him realizing that's basically what the dragons wanted too, and learning to, you know, accept the dragons.
The real vengeance was the friends we made along the way.
And then get consumed by Nidhogg, so now he's part Nidhogg.
The real vengeance was being possessed by Nidhogg along the way.
Little bit of dragon in him. Don't make you strong.
I was about to read the line, but he literally just voiced that.
Oh, okay.
Had a feeling we might find you all here. Our consultations with the Loperites too have run their course. Please, Diane.
Wait, is he speaking?
Yeah. Can you not hear the game?
Not in the Discord stream. Okay, so maybe just that's the Discord thing more than anything else.
Yeah, I've not been hearing any voice acting when that actually happens.
That's weird.
I was actually confused when you're in the middle of that Ranger cutscene earlier. I was just like, what is it? I just assumed like you turned all the voices off.
No.
Or something.
I think the Discord doesn't. Let me make sure the stream.
I think it's Discord.
Yeah,
guys, is the stream not picking up the character voices? Let me know when you're watching the stream.
I am.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the next line.
For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company.
Yeah, he is speaking.
Lingering queries.
Okay.
He's a little quiet in the stream, but he is speaking.
I think it's just my game volume. I think the balance is just weird.
Yeah, it's the Discord stream isn't picking it up.
Is it like unhearably quiet?
Let me do the next line and I'll tell you.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
It's not unhearable. It's a little quiet, but it's not unhearable.
Okay, I'm gonna adjust voice volume then when I get out of this.
Okay.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryle.
Hi, Cryle.
Your special delivery has arrived. Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out.
Oh no, something's happened.
Oh no.
Presence is requested with all speed.
Oh no. I'm surprised nobody has died yet.
It's not necessarily an oh no thing, so don't worry too much.
Huh?
Boxes. So many boxes.
It's time for the team has come together music.
For the everyone you have ever met has suddenly shown up.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Why is the troop here?
Everyone you've ever met has finally shown up.
Oh my god. Oh, it's the Enterprise. Oh my god, the fucking pirates?
Oh, you know what? Because I hadn't done that on my alt, that didn't show up for me.
They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks and these crates. And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than
It's time for your Smash Everybody's Here moment.
Your Game Master Anthony moment.
Game Master Anthony's birthday. It's Game Master Alfino's birthday.
You were charged with seeing the shipments from Britannia and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Oh my god, a Madeline.
An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalaman shard. I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance.
Oh my god.
It was my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates. Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass. Take that back. Make me. My, what a grand welcome party. Hancock and Sarabon.
I like Sarabon, I don't like you.
Sarabon's a good egg. I like him a lot.
To be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I thought that was Gosetsu's sword. Alphino, remember when you paid way too much money for a sword?
Here it is.
I think the only thing that can make my day right now is if Martin showed up.
Martin?
The Blue Mage trainer.
Oh yeah, I really wish they'd do more of the trainer stuff. I want to see more Johan Tia, but it's kind of like they just showed up in that one cutscene a little bit.
With a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane.
Kugane!
Precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
He called it Kugane.
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid with our dango, never fear.
Ah, see, I didn't get that on my alt.
Oh, because you didn't do the Four Lords?
No, I didn't do the Four Lords on my, so I didn't get this bit here.
Oh, it's Tenzin's sword.
Yeah. Neat.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended...
I'm just gonna be honest, Onokoro sounds like a fucking Bionicle village.
I thought instead to give it over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
Sorabon, have you ever thought about playing a superhero? I feel like you'd be really good at it.
We did, of course,
More a ninja.
impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join
See, like I did have them show up because I did have to do those raids.
Yeah, you have to do those raids, yeah. I was gonna be like, where's anybody from the near raid? But they're either on the first or they're dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino.
Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenar Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability.
Reduce, not cover.
Since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
Did Tatsuru approve that spending?
We funded the venture.
More than approved it.
Wait, did she fund? Oh my god.
Let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
See, this is the time to spend if there wasn't.
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts. Which is why
in 20 years, Tatsuru is gonna be a fucking, like, organized crime don.
We also have the benefit
That seems to be the fate of all Lullabells.
generous being rather an understatement.
The ultimate, like, the ultimate form of
anyone who visits Don Tatsuru has to kiss her ring.
We even had coffers to fill.
Mother! I'm being owned by my wife!
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our families...
I really like her reasoning here.
We had too much money!
I'm sorry. I had to do something with it. Everyone makes fun of it.
Oh my god, she makes fun of the boat!
Oh, that line is a teeny tiny toy boat.
Small turtle boat.
Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our effort.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Hey.
You were involved too.
Are we gonna get a shock reaction for literally everyone?
Everybody needs to introduce themselves by name.
Spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Sharpie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions. Combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guildship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Hey, there's Sid and Nero. And Hoary
And
Boulder!
Alpha 2!
I keep forgetting what new Sid's voice sounds like because I'm so used to, like, main scenario roulette.
Head down to the Ultima weapon chamber.
And don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful.
It's so awkwardly delivered.
You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Okay, Nero said something. Nero, say something. I need to remember what you sound like.
I don't think he says anything.
Oh, are we bringing G-Warrior?
Actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise. So we offer none of the latter.
I assume the people who don't say anything are just the case where they're just like, we can't pay everyone to voice a line here.
I think so, yeah. Oh, that was it, yeah. They don't bring G-Warrior. That would be funny. It's not like G-Warrior would help you.
I feel like G-Warrior would only be a benefit.
I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Qual's message.
few scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshires, treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyfrog fought.
Is Hoary Boulder a paladin or an axe wielder? What weapon does he use again?
A sword. I've seen him use a sword, I'm pretty sure.
Hoary Boulder.
Hoary Boulder here.
I think he's a paladin.
Oh, see, I didn't get any of these lines with Hoary Boulder.
The clash between their machina and the elegant defences was a sight to behold. I'll wager even
Because I don't think I did Alexander on my alt.
I like that the OMG is there.
Yeah, because it was following Alpha, remember?
Yeah, I know. It's just, I like that it's there.
Yeah, I wanted them to have Alpha just at least say, like,
Alpha
do
does
little...
not speak.
Well, I mean, do the, like, little happy noise and just stop.
However, Chocobos chirp.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Quay.
Quay.
My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ashdaya's answer was silence, as ever.
Oh, that's the last dragon we haven't met.
Tiamat and Hrisvelgr, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself.
Hey, by the way, we confirmed your theory.
I really like those alchemists. That bit where he like teleports behind Estinian. That was great.
I should probably tell her that I confirmed her theory about Asaksha or whatever. Akasha.
Oh yeah, Akasha.
Turns out your theory is the thing we needed all
along.
All this friendship, I have converted it to numbers. You're welcome.
I converted it to efficiency.
I've already calculated the friendship here.
I can't believe I got owned.
Yes, Father?
Large father. Small son.
Nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
Are you prepared to suffer?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
I've only done it like 6 times.
You gotta be sure on the 7th time.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me. As family.
Dude's gonna fucking lose it.
You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. It was love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, it was mine own father. The Archon Louisois openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older, yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing. When he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise.
Okay, but you still disowned them.
Fight me tooth and nail. I would
I think, didn't he undisown them at some point?
No.
I love you, but fuck you.
Wait a minute! We're just gonna gloss over that then? It's like he's turned over a new leaf. He is a good father, but he still disowned them?
I don't trust him.
Grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream.
I'm just assuming that it's supposed to be implied.
Yeah, I think this scene
Yeah.
is supposed to be implied that he's undoing it, but I don't trust him.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much.
Throwing shade on her husband right in front of everyone.
Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to.
Millions. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger.
It was actually just the Warrior of Light.
You're to blame for all
You're
of
to
it.
blame for everything.
In particular,
See?
Instead, brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbour, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You've no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
It's a lot of eyeballs looking at me. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable right now.
Hey, it's one of my favorite tracks.
I don't really like any of these lines.
Yeah, I think
I wish one of them was Let's Mose.
I went with the top one, but I don't like many of them either.
I'm just gonna say With Me. It's the most...
They should have had Cloud's line,
Yeah, Let's
there ain't
Mose.
no getting off this train or whatever.
Oh.
Oh, that one. I feel like there should have just been more words to them. Like, you could say more than a couple words. You are not you're capable of longer sentences.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
And then chaos erupts.
Chaos literally erupts in the ground.
We're here to kill chaos. Oh, hi Hive. I'll be ending my stream soon, by the way. I'm fucking tired.
If you're waiting for the dungeon, you're still not there yet, but
oh
soon.
my fucking god, I might end it, like...
Yeah, you have one more cutscene before.
I'd say it might be good because it has a little reveal that's fun.
But
that would be a fun way to leave it on.
What? What has a reveal?
Like finishing to the dungeon.
Like do the dungeon?
No. Up to unlocking it.
Okay. So same plan.
Yeah.
We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineers' capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hyland may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave it without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's method of speaking with her is not without risks. I am curious to hear what those might entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived at the Adamantite... Oh, god damn it.
Here it comes.
Most of those who arrived at the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks needed doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in overseeing the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. It's getting harder and harder to read the goddamn text. I'm getting so tired. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia, then. Make sure I set my alarm properly. Oh my god. Phone, please. Sometimes it's just like, no, I don't want to take your fingerprint.
Mine can never read my thumbprint. Never. Like, if I hold
Well, no, it's just like, for your safety, just use your password. We're not going to accept your fingerprint.
Oh god, that's dumb.
That's why I don't trust technology.
Hi, Maddie.
Hello, Maddie.
I've been here this whole time, y'all.
No, I know,
I thought you were muted.
but you've been
You're
silent.
definitely.
Yeah,
I know,
I didn't know
I
when
didn't want to get spoiled.
Oh, okay. Well, you might get
Spoiled.
spoiled again here soon.
Well, is about to wrap up.
I am about to
Chief's
wrap
about to
up.
wrap up.
I mean, yeah, it's like 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it is.
Are you
Quella,
sure, though?
I have already shown the others inside. You'll want to speak with, someone
Don't worry about it. Just keep going. Keep going.
Charlotte. I'm just gonna say Charlotte. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me.
all these really hard to pronounce names, and you're just like, I'm done. I don't want to.
Her name is Charlotte now.
Charlotte's Web. What?
Of lies. Open the damn lift, Charlotte. You're at Master Foshino, yes? Just step inside the lift here. Oh, it's a lot of nothing.
Well, I mean, you're not inside yet.
From here, we proceed into the heart of Labyrinthos, and its most closely guarded secret, Thalmazine. It marks the beginning and the end of our efforts, whence we delved to seek audience with the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please.
Get on your mount.
I totally remember that.
Ah, my feet are so freaking cold. I hate this.
I love. Wait.
Not the lunar whale, apparently.
Nope. It is the Normandy.
Wait, this looks like a ship from a Gundam I've watched. I need a full view of it to be sure.
It's the Normandy. I told you.
Oh, never mind. No, it doesn't. Certain elements of it do. I bid you welcome to Thalmazine. Direct your attention to the center to behold the arc over which we have long labored.
Noah's Ark.
As you can see, 'twas designed as a medium-sized craft, the better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on freight capacity. Excuse me. The Aether Burner, as you know, has been removed for further modifications, but we shall have reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. That sure looks like a cross between the Normandy and some wipeout ship, yeah. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hylan ere they finish. Point taken. Let us move on. Oh, excuse me. Again. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. You must do a dungeon.
Beat.
Followed by a raid.
A 24 man.
Yeah. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? Freebird Labyrinthos. Oh, there we go.
Hooray!
You've done it. The whatever. Something.
You can fly.
Kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, I haven't got it yet.
Kaleidoscope or
I got a flight, basically.
You can fly, except not in this building.
Yeah, not in this building. We make for the lift at the center of the chamber. Come.
It's dumb you can't fly in this building.
2 seconds later, I'm going to unlock this dungeon. Is this the level 89 dungeon?
Yes. And it's on the right side, not this part.
Oh.
Like the bottom right of the room. Building, whatever.
Oh, mount. As you know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thalmazine. Oh, sorry, I'm almost done. Wait, they made Anti-Tower?
Yeah.
Oh.
Charlian's did.
No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began to work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hyland's ever fainter echoes. The
Atioscope.
Atioscope.
Yeah.
I was about to call it the Atlas Scope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to even hear a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star. God damn it, come on!
You could do it.
Than we have ever dared, beyond the Atioscope. Even so, make sure I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor for your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more to observe. Then observe your progress from afar. Fuck. The Atioscope ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of aether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will call you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition... Oh, fuck. Come on. With the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we would extract you too early or too late. Well, Crowl, looks like you don't get to do anything cool again. Please, allow me. I knew it! They're never gonna let Crowl do anything.
To be fair, they haven't shown that she can fight very well.
I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. Come on, I just gotta make it a little further. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. There is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish to or otherwise. Time for a job change. If I assist in the manner that Master Fulchino has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can think of none I trust more, compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive when our souls were on the first. Preventing us from dissolving into aether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of those memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift in the ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hated or for love. Thus do I caution you, be wary, but I also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. Am I gonna, like, remember all my Ascian memories?
Not quite.
The Atioscope.
This is just another opportunity to bring even more people back.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah.
Oh my god, okay. I'm fucking done. I can't.
You're done.
I can't.
You did it.
Fuck. Holy shit. 11 and a half hours of streaming. I'm fucking tired, everybody. I'm hungry as shit. I also need to go to sleep soon, because I got work tomorrow. Thank you all for joining me. I will be streaming again. I'll be streaming again on Friday. It's Tuesday, right?
I think so.
Well, it's Wednesday
It is
now.
Tuesday.
Um,
And
I'll
you'll
be
finally probably be able to finish the story.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'll be finishing the story ideally on Friday.
There's honestly not a lot left now.
Well, my
As you can
plan.
probably already guess.
Yeah, my plan is to get my artifact gear, get to 90, and then the second I hit 90, instead of finishing the story, I'm gonna do all my role quests, back to back to back, and then I'll finish the story. Which may be 1 or maybe 2 because I am leveling Summoner at the same time, and part of my stream homework is going to be leveling Summoner up to 89 as well.
Right.
I'll probably just settle for the tank one. Depends. Other than that, thank you again, everybody, for coming. I will see you on Friday. I'm fucking tired. Good night.